Good morning. I now call the April 20th, 2023 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:00 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, if you would please pause with me for a moment of silence. Thank you. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their parents, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Good morning, Dr. Gullett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Happy Thursday. We have a lot to celebrate from this past week and weekend, but I'm going to highlight one for today, thanking the entire team who held our annual career fair at the World Equestrian Center. I have some numbers for you. It's always good to look at the data, right? So we had 521 participants that checked in on Saturday. That is an increase of 204 from last year. Tremendous. 108 were hired, and that includes roughly, and don't do the math because it won't add up, but there's some other categories are still computing, but it includes at least 39 instructional, 59 non-instructional. And food service alone had 104 candidates signed in for the department. So we had tremendous turnout, feedback, and when you look at data about the actual numbers that were hired, that is time well spent. So well organized, and just want to thank the team, and I know many board members were out there, so thanks to everyone for helping us to ensure that we have top talent in our school district for our students. So that's it for my briefing today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Kudos to the team. I know several folks, and I'm looking at some of them right now, were here till 10 o'clock at least on Friday evening for the Student Media Festival, and then up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning at World Equestrian Center on Saturday. So certainly the work of a school and a district administrator doesn't end on an 8 to 5 typical day. So thank you to the team, and thank you to all those folks who came out and are interested in joining the Marion County Public Schools team. We are excited to welcome them in. So Dr. Gullett, I believe we're going with our first item on the agenda with Ms. Boston-Ellis.
Yes, ma'am, we are. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll bring Ms. Boston-Ellis forward to talk about the 2023 updates and the funding projections for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Board Chair Dr. Campbell, board members, Superintendent Dr. Gullett. It is my pleasure today to present to you our consultants for health insurance, Gallagher, who is led by Mr. Thomas Buss, and you're all very familiar with him. Also, we have staff from the Risk Management Department with us today as well. And the purpose today is to bring you updates for the 2023. Remember, we're on calendar year for our health benefits. So they're going to bring you updates for the 2023 year, provide some information for funding projections for the 2024 year, also give some recommendations of something we may want to do, and I don't want to steal their thunder, but it's some positive news. I believe Dr. Campbell mentioned that at the last board meeting. And also, they're going to talk about the survey that we want to do with our employees. And I think our self-funded plan is on the right track. And we're excited about what they're going to share with you today. This is one of two. They will return on May 18th, and we'll probably have some more information as well as some information on our wellness program and any other items that you may want to discuss at that time. So without stealing their thunder, I'll turn it over to Mr. Buss.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Boston-Ellis. Thank you. My name is Thomas Buss with Gallagher Insurance. Humbled to be with you this morning. Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Powers, Dr. Gullett, thank you for having us. As Ms. Boston-Ellis mentioned, we know we have some good information for you today, some exciting information, and I think the data, Dr. Gullett, to your point, will resonate. So a little bit of background. I thought I'd do that for some of the newer members on the board. Our role as your consultant for the health plan amongst your employee benefit strategy as Gallagher is to help you recruit and retain the best talent that you possibly can, which I think, as you've seen at the event at the World Equestrian Center, that's a big piece of that recruitment strategy. As you look at a spend of the board that is now pushing $50 million a year, it's important that you understand where we've been. This program for the last 25 plus years has been with Florida Blue in a fully insured capacity. Your health plan has performed well, and now well enough that you have sprung-board the current funding arrangement from a fully insured model to a self-insured model. The reason I'm addressing this is it's really important for you to know the last 3 years of your health plan has put you in control. You've had the ability to look at the financials, the data at a greater granular level. We've been able to add programmatic options that's been beneficial to the employees. We've been able to assess your financial risk through actuarial counsel in a better way. So what we're very proud of this morning is what that is coming to fruition around is what you're going to hear in these numbers. Where we'd like to then take these numbers and application back and investment into the district and its people, which is why we're here, to educate. And as a proud alumni of Marion County Public Schools, that resonates with me. If it wasn't for the boards at that time, the teachers at that time, I wouldn't be here today. So I am humbled to have the opportunity to be a small part of the strategy that really employs one of the biggest recruitment and retention strategies that you all have. And that is, what are you offering to your people? How is it supporting their health? How is it supporting their families, both financially, physically, mentally, and emotionally? So a little bit of background, fully insured to self-insured. I think it's important for you to hear that. And you all are in the driver's seat now, and let me elaborate on what that means. So on our first slide, we're going to bring to you a summary of 2022, where we are year-to-date in 23, and then projections. We have to do this early, right? Your open enrollment period is in October of every year. All right, so we have to plan in the spring for any strategy or financial adjustment in the summer for your review, consideration, and approval that we apply in the fall. The education through October then allows for all of the online enrollment through a portal that's been managed beautifully. Big credit where credit is due. Nancy Seaman, Stacy Roth of the risk management team here today do an amazing job for this district. This is difficult, and for the volume of people in which they manage to, they do it brilliantly. So with that said, we have an opportunity now to show you why 2022 through where we are year to date in 23 is going to position us for what we think is the first time where we can reinvest back into the employees in a different way. So let me paint that picture for you. In 2022, on your claims spend, so think all of doctor's visits, hospitalizations, pharmacy spend, all cumulatively, aggregately together. And this is net of what is called stop-loss recoveries. Stop-loss, ladies and gentlemen, is your umbrella policy. Think of it as your high-cost protection that if Thomas, the teacher, As an example, we're to have a transplant claim, and I had a $1 million claim at Shands. You have a limit in which the district is protected up to a maximum, that you have a secondary policy that helps us pay for those larger claims. So net of those stop-loss recoveries, we in 2022 are proud to say that the spend of your program was only 1% higher than in 2021. That's incredible. I'm going to talk to you about trend in a minute and why that's incredible. When you fund your health plan every year, we've taken a very conservative approach on what amount of revenue, right, the dollars that you're spending towards this health plan. Said a different way, you're no longer paying premiums to Blue Cross and expecting them to pay all of the claims. What you're doing is you're paying Blue Cross as your third-party administrator so that you can access doctors and facilities in their network. They're adjudicating your claims. They're working through medical management, disease management, utilization management programs. We contract with Blue Cross still. We have Florida Blue, but they work for us in a different way. They work for you in a different way. You, in the budget that you create through Ms. Boston-Ellis's leadership, Dr. Gullett's approval through the cabinet and your ultimate decision, you all choose how much revenue or dollars that you put into a health plan. We grow reserves in that health plan over time so that if there is a larger claim, we have protection, as I mentioned earlier, but you have enough set aside to manage to that future unknown risk. So it's no longer Blue Cross managing to all of that financially. You're managing to that financially with our direction counsel, internally with counsel, and with actuarial counsel. All right? Again, more momentum, more ability to manage this on your own. In 2023, we believe that there's going to be continued trend in the right direction on gains. With 2022's finish, to go back to the revenue, we'll finish your program with $5.7 million to the good, if you think of this on a financial statement, meaning you had $5.7 million more than necessary set aside to pay for the total cost of your health plan. That's a great end result. Here's the best part. That $5.7 million, if that was the case when you were fully insured, Blue Cross got to keep all of it. Now that we're self-insured, the $5.7 million that you allocated and budgeted for, guess who gets to keep that money? Marion County Public Schools. There's your advantage being self-funded. In 2023, you all were very good fiduciaries of this plan. For this plan year, you approved an additional 8% of board funding. We have seen a little uptick in January and February with higher cost claimants. So this year is starting out with a little bit more of a risk factor, but we're not too concerned yet as we look at that data. But we believe through the actuarial analysis we've done and projections forward that I'll share with you in a minute, that you're going to trend to where you will have enough revenue again through 23 as you did in 22. Again, the plan tracking in the right direction. So with the $5.7 million gain in 22, that tracking at the end of this year, we're going to have a surplus, meaning when I mentioned that term health plan reserve, at the end of last year, you're going to have a surplus that the state requires a minimum amount. And I'll give you an example to this factor. We've had many of our clients around the state of Florida have experienced the same effort. They've transitioned fully insured to self-insured. They've thought they've put enough money aside. They ended up having a terribly difficult claims year. High-cost claimants occurred. And ladies and gentlemen, they did not have enough in their reserves. They ran out of money, and they had to go back fully insured. It was a very difficult and rocky transition backwards. You all are doing this the right way and making sure you're growing your health plan reserves, which at the end of last year at $13.4 million exceeds what the state requires at that time of $7.6 million. So again, you're doing this the right way. In 23, if things project as planned, we're going to continue to see that year-end surplus grow in excess of what the state requires, but we still would caution you that you're in the infancy of this program in its third year. While this is good news, and while I'm proud to say that this is the result we're seeing, we still need to be good stewards of that budget and that reserve here forward. Said differently, if we look to many of the other districts around the state, and you see the 60-day requirement that the state of Florida requires, majority of your colleagues in different districts would employ that a 90-day or a 120-day reserve balance is more appropriate for a district with taxpaying revenue put in to manage to a health plan of unknown risk. So while we target and we project, and you'll see that as I continue, I want to continue to complement this board in its conservative approach as we continue in the infancy of this program to make sure that you're positioned in that same 90 to 120-day policy versus the 60-day minimum the state requires. This one is very difficult to read, so I do hope that you have it in a hard copy. If you don't, we'll be happy to provide that to you. This is an overview of a year-over-year, let's call it a P&L for your health plan and how it has run. I'm going to try to simplify all the data here to a few comments. And what I want to point out to you is we categorize claim spend, what are called your fixed cost spend to your health plan, administrative expenses, as compared to the revenue that both you and the employees, remember the employees still have their payroll deductions, put into the health plan cumulatively. So I'm going to start in 2022. It's our third column from the left. You had $39 million in claims last year. That's all inclusive. Another key point I want to mention to you that we love about our self-funded structure that we didn't have previously is pharmacy. Do we agree that medication is expensive? It's not getting any less expensive. We also are seeing an onslaught of specialty medications that we're delighted for our loved ones. We can cure more than ever before through the research and development of the pharmaco industry. The challenge is the pricing of some of these medications are astronomical. So as we look to your pharmacy spend, just the prescriptions that Marion County Schools and their dependent spouses and children may pick up at a pharmacy counter, we now, through your self-funded platform, you are attaining a pharmacy rebate to where there's pharmaco manufacturers actually give money back to Florida Blue during the year for those claims in which they pay. In the past, as fully insured, we didn't get any of those rebates back. Florida Blue kept that too. We're delighted to tell you now that on your self-funded program chassis, you're receiving those rebates back as Marion County Public Schools, and that's offsetting some of these claims as well. Again, another positive to the self-funding mechanism. So net of those pharmacy rebates in 2022, $39.9 million in claims. You had another $5.2 million in fixed costs. That's your administrative fee. That's hiring Blue Cross to be your third-party administrator, as an example, which came to a total expense of $45 million. You funded your health plan in an amount of $50 million. So when I mentioned to you that you exceeded what you needed by $5.7 million, there's the math. So you have outperformed your total health plan spend by approximately $5 to $6 million. You're doing that the right way because you're continuing to fund that program year over year. In the past, we've come to you and said Blue Cross has given us a 15% rate increase, and here's what we're going to do to negotiate. These years, through self-funding, we're coming to you saying we believe actuarially this is what you're going to have in claims and cost liability next year and the year after. And then you get to tell us we believe this is the right budget for us to employ to fund that exposure. Carry forward, we believe in 2023 you'll have a total planned spend of $49.6 million. And through your approved budget for this year, that will still result in an excess balance, a good position. And in 2024, you're going to see on the next slide, but I'll give you the math here, we believe an annual spend that's going to push upwards of $54 million. Medical costs, pharmacy costs are not going down every year. They're continuing to go up. Blue Cross in the past has told us what their cost trend typically is. They would offer that a medical trend factor could be close to 10 to 11%. Every year the cost of medical care and pharmacy care going up that amount. We believe that the true actuarial trend increases are closer to 8.5 or 9 combined. You'll see at the bottom as a point of reference, you see medical trend and pharmacy trend listed, which has increased between 2022 and 2023 from 6% on the medical to 7% on medical trend, from 9.1% on pharmacy to 9.5% on pharmacy moving forward. Point in that statement is cost of medical and pharmaceutical care is continuing to go up, but you now have an actuary through Gallagher and our service that is saying that that's the appropriate number, not what Blue Cross says it is. So again, you have a much more tailored approach. If we look back to 2024, those calculations are assuming an additional recommendation that you'll hear from us today of an additional 4% in board contribution funding for next year. This past year, you increased it by 8% in 2023. Our recommendation in 2024 is an additional 4% board-only contribution, retaining no additional cost to the employee, no change to the employee's contribution. Again, a strategy that you've made very clear to us that we're trying to maintain. As you look down below, I mentioned to your reserve balance. That's the other key piece to this. With this funding, you're maintaining well above what you need for the state requirements, but more in line with what your competitors, your colleagues are doing in other districts, but also what we believe is the appropriate conservative approach in the early stages of this health plan. At the bottom with the trend, again, my point to you there with the total cost and contribution, you see that recommendation in the far lower right corner to where an increase of 4% next year is going to be the result in the calculations above. A little more context into that. This next slide, based on this experience, expenses moving forward, which we're also proud to say your fixed cost expenses remain flat. We've not seen any increase to that as negotiated, including your stop-loss policy over the last 2 years. But in 2024, with that additional 4% in funding, we believe that there'll be another gain of over $1 million in 24. So the 4% increase is a request that we feel very confident about, that represents your commitment to maintaining that excess reserve balance that we believe is the right approach, but also allowing us to bring to you the next piece of this puzzle and what we're most excited about, a position to invest differently back into improving the health plan for your employees. Here's what I mean by that. We're proposing an employee benefits survey, first one we've done in a long time. We hear a lot of feedback through education meetings, through discussions, through phone calls that we receive at our office, through risk management's feedback. But we really wanted to get granular in asking the employee population. So through your channels in the district, we're going to send out an 11-question survey digitally to all members of the district. We're talking around, tell us more about who you are. Where do you work? What's your role within the district? Tell us your desire to enhance your coverage. What's important to you and your family? How would you want to do that? Is it the health plan? Is it a different plan? What's important to you? And then as you look at additional options, we have a great portfolio of offerings today, but what else is available? We're giving them a few examples. It amazes me today how many people love pet insurance, right? I have 2 golden retrievers, and it is expensive to go to the veterinarian, but I will say it's amazing what people have told us, even through COVID. What's different, what's a priority for my family? So we're thinking creatively, differently than what we refer to as core benefits, medical, dental, vision, life, disability insurance, right? We've had those for years. What else could we do? It makes you more competitive to recruit and retain the best talent, right? So we're gonna ask those types of questions. We're also gonna focus on cost. Can you afford this? How much more could you spend? Being cognizant of their budgets. And then finally, what we would offer is a huge focus for them that sometimes gets set aside is tell us where your retirement focus is, the long-term strategy, which your financial well-being is a big part of this benefit strategy. We want to make sure we're garnishing their response there, and then what education preference they need to bring all of that together to an understandable place. One thing I miss about the benefit strategy of Marion County Schools, if I take you back 7 years ago, pre-COVID, I was proud to present at over 75 different locations around the district in person, in cafeterias, in classrooms, in libraries, and my favorite story is in the freezer of an elementary school with your food service workers who were hot after lunch. We had a benefits education meeting in a freezer. It's a true story. Point in all of that is to say, we've gone digital. We've had to, right? It's an electronic world we live in, so we have a mechanism and a great portal and a great way to do that. We still staff computer labs and invite people that are fully utilized, but we have to continue to educate in a way that makes sense, and these people understand this is difficult. There's a lot of information here, and some people just check the box. So we want to make sure the result of this survey is valuable, is brought back to you as a board through leadership with this mission. How do we invest now that you have the financial position for the first time? I've been blessed to work with you for 17 straight years. The first time I've ever stood in front of you to say, what can we do to lower your deductible? What can we do to improve a plan offering? What can we do to make it more reasonable for the employees of this district to have a better benefit strategy for they and their families that you as a district now have the budget to afford to do? That's an exciting statement for Thomas Bus, and I'm proud to say that we've worked really hard to get here, and that's a testament to you and being good fiduciaries of your program. And I'm going to finish with this. I'm gonna be an insurance nerd here for a second, but this is my favorite part. Mentioned fully insured, self-insured, right out of the gate. Where you are today, self-insured, right? Why we're proud to be self-insured and what the results are driving. I want to paint a picture of if you had stayed fully insured with Blue Cross. Not a knock on Blue Cross. This is how the calculations work from an underwriter. So in 2023, we believe by the end of the year, based on your current contribution strategy and what claims and expenses we expect, that you're going to outperform the spend by another 3%. If we had been fully insured, that is a 7.7% additional increase that Florida Blue would have come to us and said, we need this much more from you, Marion Schools, and we're going to keep it all. In 2024, the projections from our actuaries, self-funded, we believe that you're going to outperform, and again, you see how this margin narrows a little bit. We're going to outperform that by 2%. Now, this calculation is derived from your approval, considered approval, of an additional 4% in revenue for the 2024 plan year as our recommendation. If Blue Cross came back in at this podium and said in 2024, we believe another 8.4% increase would be needed. So ladies and gentlemen, as we look at this and you look at these different factors, we believe that the right approach is to remain conservative as we go through this and take this year as an opportunity to invest differently within the benefit strategy back to the employees in this district. And let's enjoy that opportunity and continue to do this the right way financially. Okay, next I'd like to introduce proudly a member of our team, Laurel Lingle. Many of you know Laurel. She has continued to progress rapidly in her career, taking on additional roles and responsibilities in a consulting fashion. She is taking lead with me on the consulting strategy with Marion County Public Schools. She arguably knows it better than I do. So she's going to come up, speak a little bit more clinically. We don't love the word COVID, but we need to let you know how that's still impacting, or said better, not impacting your program spend as much as it had, and touch on a few other items as we go through this. So let me transition the podium to Ms. Laurel Lingle.
Thank you, Thomas. Good morning. As Thomas said, generally during this work session each year over the past few years, we have provided a COVID-19 update, how the pandemic was affecting the plan. As Thomas indicated, we're grateful to report that it is not having the same impact that it has had over the past few years. On the left side of your screen, you'll see some data provided by Florida Blue, paid cases by year from 2020 through 2022, and then into the first part of this year. Much like the rest of the country, those numbers have decreased significantly, and so the Biden administration has announced that they will be ending the public health emergency as of May 11th. We have seen similar legislation in the past. It has always been extended. However, we do believe that it will fully end as of May 11th. At the time that we had to submit this deck for approval, we did not have full consideration from Florida Blue how they would be handling that. Earlier this week, we did receive their final notes, so I will be going over those, and we can provide those in writing after the meeting, but we did not have that at the time that the deck was submitted. So effective May 12th, COVID-19 testing ordered by a healthcare provider and any medical or pharmacy treatment will be covered under the health plan according to the normal contracted benefits at the site of service. So whether it's done at the lab, at urgent care, at the primary care physician, it will be subject to the normal contracted benefits. Unless otherwise mandated by the government, we believe that over-the-counter testing will no longer be covered by the health plan. Currently, members can go to Walgreens, CVS, they can get, I believe it's up to 8 COVID tests at no cost through their health plan. We believe that will also be ending when the mandated items are ended on May 12th. Vaccines and any boosters that they develop will continue to be covered under the preventive services, and so that will be covered at 100%. There will be no member cost share. So those are the 3 items that are mandated currently that will be ending on May 12th, but currently MCPS has some non-mandated benefits for COVID-19 that will end on May 12th as well, unless otherwise indicated by the board. So teledoc visits. Teledoc is the Florida Blue telemedicine carrier. As of now, members can receive teledoc visits at $0 cost share. Those will also revert back to the normal contracted rate. That is $10 for employees that are on copay compatible plans. That's plans 1, 3, and 4, $55 on the HSA compatible plan, which is plan 2. Again, those were the pre-COVID rates for using teledoc. COVID-19 treatment is also currently being covered at 100%, but that will revert back to member cost share based on the contracted benefits for their particular health plan. We would strongly advise that the board be consistent and apply the same approach to those 2 non-mandated benefits as the currently mandated benefits and revert back to the contracted benefits on May 12th. The RFP timeline, we presented this back last fall. There have been a few updates to it since you last saw it. For 2023, for the 2024 plan year, we will be going to RFP for the stop-loss policy. Thomas discussed that previously. It's currently with ISU, a $375,000 stop-loss limit, so any claims above that threshold would be covered by the stop-loss carrier. The standard for the short-term and long-term disability, as well as the board-paid life and voluntary life insurance, we did receive a flat renewal, so we will be renewing as is for the 24 plan year, and then 24 into 25, we will go to full RFP on that. Next year as well, we do have a busy year for RFP. The Pharmacy Benefit Management Program, as a reminder, because you are self-funded, you have the ability to carve out your pharmacy benefits. Currently, they are embedded with Florida Blue through Prime Therapeutics, but we will be going to RFP to see if we can get more competitive with those rebates that he mentioned previously. Delta Dental will also be up for RFP for the dental insurance, and then the benefits technology platform, which is currently Benefit Focus, will be going to RFP as well. And then Surgery Plus is a program that we were introduced to. It is by Employer Direct Healthcare. Currently, you may be receiving some communication from Tallahassee regarding their experience with this for the state of Florida health plan. They have seen some positive results and are recommending that all school system and other public entity take a look at Surgery Plus. This program would stand alongside your Florida Blue insurance, so it does not replace the insurance for surgeries, but for any non-emergent surgeries, there's an opportunity for best practice, for lowest cost, for best results. We had a call yesterday with Surgery Plus to kind of vet the program initially. The program encourages a 0-member cost share for the employees who are receiving the surgery, and then the district would see upwards of 50% savings. So they are really encouraging basically best practice, finding the best surgeons for these particular surgeries. They are not mandated, but obviously the employees would see a financial savings as well as the district if they were to use Surgery Plus. So as we continue to investigate further, find out more information, we will report back to the board on our findings on whether or not this might be something plausible for the district. Currently, Pasco, Lake, Miami-Dade, Brevard, and Orange County all are utilizing the services of Surgery Plus for those non-emergent surgeries for their employees. And that is all that we had for you today. If there's any questions or comments for either Thomas or I.
Dr. Gullett, do you have any?
I just want to thank the team, always so thorough, but no additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board, questions of Mr. Buss or Ms. Lingle?
I do.
Reverend Cummings.
I thank you again for the wonderful presentation. So, what I'm hearing from Mr. Buss is that he's recommending that there be a, was it 4% increase?
Yes, sir.
And that we move from the 60-day minimum to a 90 or 120-day?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so that puts us in a better situation as far as that safe harbor, having more in reserve for us, correct?
You're 100% correct, yes, sir.
Additional questions? I'll go Vice Chair first. Okay, then Ms. Conrad.
I just want to say thank you. I'm super excited with the potential for our employees to not have an increase in their insurance, and that's just huge. You know, I don't know where you can go anywhere else and hear that right now. So I just thank you for the work that you're doing. I did have a quick question. Talking about the Surgery Plus, what's your timeline on that you're working? I know you're doing some investigation, but what kind of timeline?
Yes, so we will be setting up a meeting with the risk management team within the next few weeks before the end of the school year starts, and hopeful that if it's a promising opportunity that it could be added for the 2024 plan year.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know how you guys do it year after year. It's like most people would think of this as sort of a dry subject, but somehow you just make it exciting. and that's an accomplishment in itself. And I am very grateful for the hard work that was put in through the years to get us to this point. This presentation is really something to celebrate and be proud of. And I think of previous board member Beth McCall and her hard work with you, and somehow managing to do this in the midst of tremendous change and upheaval is also something to be noted. We truly, miss Mr. Norris. We truly miss Lori Lively, and somehow this little department has managed to just keep hitting it out of the park year after year. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of you, like Board Member Conrad, the fact that we're looking to, again, have no increase for employees while looking for innovative and more, even more appropriate coverages potentially is exactly, helps us for our recruiting. And I was thinking about the survey, and it would be interesting to know, and this may be more of a recruiter question, what potential employees, what might be important to them compared to current employees in terms of enhancements or changes. So that's just something that crossed my mind. And finally, to have the amount of reserve and have that comfort level that we truly are being very conservative with this, because it's a kind of an uncertain world these days, and you are providing what appears to be some of the best service and reducing the layers of management, and it is paying off for us. So I couldn't be more grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Dr. James.
You just tremendous work. You guys are, I'm glad you guys are in charge of it and not me, because it's not the language I speak, but I'm grateful that we're putting our employees in a potentially even better spot I've been the employee as a teacher on a teacher salary who paid for my family's benefits, and it's a significant cost to our employees, and anything we can do to try to mitigate that, I want to see us do. So thank you for your work.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
I also have one more question. And I was looking at this presentation, and I'm probably one person that's like very, very critical of our current insurances and options. So I love the fact that you have come forward with this MCPS Employee Benefit Survey. What's the time frame on getting that out, or how are we gonna do this?
Sure. We just needed your approval. We've already presented it to the insurance committee, and they have approved moving forward with your approval, and then we are working May 1st.
And I say that because I come from the state system where we had options. We had more options than just Florida Blue. And I'm hoping that for our employees, our district employees, that we provide them more options. I think when they have more options, they utilize the benefits more. I think it's a draw for us to recruit people into our district. And I think it helps the families be more fiscally responsible when they're deciding when they go through open enrollment. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this survey going out and seeing what the data says from the surveys, because I really think this is a great move, and thank you for helping us, and to all of you, and to our finance department, Ms. Boston Ellis, and all of you. We have been, I remember when we started talking about this several years ago when I first got on the board, and Nancy, you were here, and we went down and we looked at some other models of this and how important it was and how beneficial it was to that district that was doing it. And here we are 3 to 4 years later, and we're doing it, and we're in a great position. So thank you for that, and thank you for keeping us fiscally responsible with how this plan has been going forward. So thank you, Mr. Buss, and your team.
Thank you.
Vice Chair?
I do have one more quick thing. I would be remiss by not acknowledging our current board chair, who's been sitting on the insurance committee now. So apparently our picks have been pretty good about who's going to be the board representative. And yes, on top of what board member Cummings shared, I have no doubts that you guys will just continue to look for ways to innovate and make sure that our employees are getting the best bang for their buck, and that we just position ourselves to be the place where people want to come and work.
Ms. Conrad?
Sorry, I had one other question too, and it's a timeline question. So another reason to celebrate is the COVID numbers going down on slide 8. But because those benefits are changing, will we be sending out something to our employees letting them know, that those tests are no longer covered?
Yes, we will do some communication to the employees to the extent that the benefits will be changing.
Okay. Thank you.
No further comments from the board, I see. So it is a pleasure to serve on the committee with you guys. Ever since Ms. McCall has been off the board, I've been the representative on the committee. So it's been a couple years now that I've been working with you guys. A couple of things I'm excited about. The benefit survey is important, and I think actually getting out and getting the recommendations from our employees. One of the questions I asked in committee was, okay, so are we prepared for whatever these responses are? Because are we prepared that if all of our employees say they want pet insurance, do we have a strategy to actually, and the answer is yes. So they are prepared to provide whatever the employees come back with it, certainly upon board approval and all of that. So I'm grateful for that. I'm also grateful. I know we have a couple of other surveys we're talking about to our employees going out soon, but the fact that this one will be so soon that it won't be, we'll over inundate our employees with too many surveys all at once. So I think getting this out sooner rather than later will be a tremendous benefit. I also appreciate the recommendation of potentially even, this is where my mind went whenever I heard a fellow board member mention it, whenever we're having our next career fair and we actually have the registrations come in, we could have received 521 different responses on what they're looking for when it comes to benefits. If they're registering for our career fair, we need to be asking those kinds of questions if we haven't already. So I'm sure the HR team can be listening to that and incorporate that. And also to Reverend Cummings' point about providing additional options, and I know that's something that you're always continuing to look for. And as we see what this survey says, it probably will give us a little bit more indication of what employees are looking for. But I'm just grateful for the work that has been put in, and certainly to Ms. Boston Ellis. I remember whenever I met with her before I ever became a board member and kind of talking about that there was a little bit of money that had been started to be set aside for this idea that was coming forth. And then it came to fruition, all in part because of the good work that she and her team were doing, and obviously with Mr. Buss. 17 years is a long time to work with this district, Thomas. We've known each other a long time. But no, I'm very grateful for the work that you and Laurel have done for us, and the team at Gallagher just continues to be a great partner to Marion County Public Schools. So with that, is there any public comment? Hearing none, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Great day, thank you.
Dr. Gullett.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Pleased to introduce Miss Yvette Del Noldal, who is going to kick off the conversation and share with you, Board, the mental health plan that we will submit to the state of Florida. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Campbell, Superintendent Dr. Gullett, and board members. This morning, we'll be reviewing our comprehensive mental health plan. As you may be aware, all Florida districts are required to submit a plan each year detailing the management and the use of the mental health allocation funds that we receive. This presentation will provide an overview of the goals and the components of our current framework and services. Along with me today is Ms. Amanda Steckman. She's our mental health coordinator. She's charged with the overseeing and the implementation of our plan and the allocation of our resources. So at this time, I will turn it over to her, hopefully for another exciting presentation.
Good morning, thank you. So as we know, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act was enacted March 9th of 2018 to support school safety and student engagement in Florida schools. This law funds our Safe Schools requirements for physical school safety, as well as the mental health and behavioral prevention and intervention requirements of the mental health assistance allocation, which we're reviewing today. This plan outlines 5 goals, each meeting the requirements provided to us by the state. Goal number 1 provides and increases access to mental health and behavioral services for our students. Goal number 2 provides those services utilizing a multi-tiered system of support framework. Goal number 3 provides professional development to staff on how to identify and support students with mental health challenges. Goal number 4 explains how we work with our community partners to connect students and families to mental health resources, both Marion County Public Schools and the community. Goal number 5 engages our families by building relationships and assists them with service navigation. So looking at our first goal, the Florida Department of Education requires the use of the Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan to fund additional school-based mental health providers in order to reduce the student-to-provider ratio and increase direct mental health support to students. We will plan to continue to fund 3 school counselor, 5 school psychologists, and 7 school social work positions for the 23-24 school year under this plan. By reducing ratios for our school-based mental health providers, these professionals will have more time to provide direct intervention and support to our students to address those mental health and behavioral concerns. And those SISA-like districts that we're comparing to are Lake, Manatee, Sarasota, St. Johns, and St. Lucie counties. Another way to provide access to students is to identify those youth who are in need of intervention and support. We accomplish this at the elementary level by providing a behavior observation rating tool for teachers to complete. This rating tool is used to measure externalizing behaviors. So for example, does the student have poor self-control? And internalizing behaviors, such as does the student worry often? Results are provided back to those school teams for further review. This is one data point to be considered with other sources of information. Other sources include office discipline referrals and also staff and parent input. At the secondary level, we depend on staff and parent referral to identify students in need of further intervention. The behavior observation tool is then administered to the student to complete and provide additional information to that school team. At this time, we do not utilize the behavior observation tool as a universal screener at the secondary level due to it being a student-completed screening tool. However, you'll see some information there on your screen. Fort McCoy Middle School, part of the school, is participating in a pilot program this school year utilizing the tool as that universal screening instrument. Meaning the students are able to take that rating scale and we're able to see, based on self-report, externalizing behaviors such as I have poor self-control, and internalizing behaviors such as I worry often. Again, here we see the results of Fort McCoy School. You'll notice, as a self-report behavior screener, we have identified a higher percentage of students to be considered by that school team. Okay. Testing?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay, we're good? All right. Do you have the PowerPoint in front of you?
We do.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you'll notice as a self-report screener, we have identified a higher percentage of students to be considered by the school team. To support this, in addition to those school-based mental health providers at Fort McCoy School, we also have a full-time contracted mental health counselor, as well as we provide coaching to that school-based team to know how to offer supports to the students that have been identified. Did it cycle to the next?
It did.
Okay. School teams obtain staff and parent input by utilizing the multidisciplinary team referral form. This provides additional key information to the team for consideration of further support and intervention for students. Again, this information is to be paired with that behavior observation tool results and also reviewed with other data sources. So again, the idea is to look at multiple sources of data to provide and make good decisions in regards to what supports we put in place for students. I'm not sure. I can't see what you see.
No,
So
and it hasn't changed.
It hasn't?
It didn't
Okay.
change the first time. Let's take a very brief recess while we work out our technical difficulties. It's 9:53 a.m. Brief recess.
Yes.
We can, it was something up here that changed.
Or I think it's just, there's a cord loose with this tower.
coming back out of recess at 9:55. That was a fast technical glitch. Fortunately, we worked that out quickly. Please continue.
Thank you. All right, so we're on to our second goal. Our second goal is to provide mental health and behavioral supports utilizing a multi-tiered system of support approach. Tier 1 supports are provided to all students in the classroom setting. These programs teach student resiliency skills and how to get along with others. Our focus for the upcoming school year is to increase the knowledge and skills to implement these resources in the classrooms effectively. Tier 2 supports are provided to groups of students by the multidisciplinary team members to meet the students' identified needs. Interventions are matched to the areas of concern identified by that multidisciplinary team, and they're also monitored to see whether or not those interventions are effective for the student. Tier 3 supports are provided to students in which Tier 1 and Tier 2 have been unsuccessful. Those interventions are intensified and individualized to provide the highest level of care for those students. As we continue to see our students' population grow, we have seen an increase in student need across Marion County schools. The number of students referred for assistance through our multidisciplinary teams has increased by 439 students just in 1 year. Our teams are responding appropriately as we have also seen an increase in the threat assessment numbers and student Baker Acts, which we'll review in upcoming slides. As we review the suicide assessment and threat assessment numbers historically, we see an overall trend of the number of suicide assessments staying consistent across time. However, threat assessment numbers have fluctuated within the last 4 years. For the 2020-2021 school year, that's what we deem as our COVID year, we had a reduction of students on campus and less peer interactions, which we believe led to a significant drop in those threat assessments. This school year, we saw an increase of 138 threat assessments. However, our team has attributed this increase to intensified school-based training for those teams that work with threats, and also, like I said before, that increase in student population and interactions on school campuses. Starting in 2018, the state has required all staff employed by the school district to be trained in youth mental health first aid. This training provides information regarding early signs and symptoms of youth experiencing mental health challenges, as well as those that are in crisis. Participants learn how to appropriately respond to these identified youth and how to refer those youth to professionals. Last year, an additional requirement for school districts was to verify that at least 80% of elementary, middle, and high school staff have been trained in this youth mental health first aid training. We will say that Marion County Public Schools has never stopped our training plan when it first started in 2018, and that includes through our COVID years. We switched over to a virtual platform to ensure we did not stop our training plan, which really attributes to our success and why we see the numbers that we do, that we are hitting that 80% requirement and we're continuing to see that increase. Marion County Public Schools, we work with local and state agencies to identify and problem-solve barriers to students and families receiving mental health and behavioral supports. This has led to our community collaboration. Our continuum of school mental health services meetings. We meet as a community team once every other month to provide updates on our current available resources and discuss trends in our respective agencies. This has led to many different benefits, including the creation of a service navigation tool to assist families with navigating the resources available both in Marion County Public Schools and the community. Local review team meetings provide an opportunity for various agencies involved with a student and their family to communicate and work together to support that youth. These community collaborations are imperative to the success that we see with our students. As I mentioned earlier, we have seen an increase in our Baker Act numbers, specifically our elementary and high schools, as you'll see on that slide. It's important to note this data is reflective of each Baker Act incident. Therefore, multiple incidents may be attributed to one student. Our teams work to provide interventions and safety plans to those students identified with this need. And this may be yet another reason why we saw that increase in multidisciplinary referrals on school campuses, because we see this increased need with our students. As we look at this data as well, it's important to keep in mind we do partner with our local Baker Act facility to provide additional training and support to our school teams on de-escalation strategies and how to support those students in crisis. But keep in mind that our school-based team members would not be able to make the determination of whether or not Baker Act criteria has been met. Only law enforcement is able to make that determination.
Can you say that again?
When we're talking about working with high-risk students, those that are in crisis, our school team members can employ de-escalation strategies, but when it comes to determining whether or not a student meets Baker Act criteria, only law enforcement is able to make that determination.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to take a pause really quick
Okay.
right there, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So in the school setting, that would be the SRO? that
Correct.
Have the credentials to be
Yes.
attractive?
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Honor, do you have a question about that?
That was my question.
And I want to pause here for just 1 second as well, because I've been very familiar with Baker Acts for a long time because of different work that I have done through the years. But it just became I just became aware within the last couple of weeks. While Baker Act is actually a privilege in the state of Florida for those individuals who are in crisis, where there actually is an intervention that can intervene and make a huge impact on lives and save lives. Baker Acts have absolutely saved lives. I just became aware that it is at the cost to the family. And so I'm just making a public statement to say, while there's legislation in place that provides Baker Act as this opportunity, I believe it's time that people start considering legislation to actually help provide for that cost, because I'm going to liken it to whenever you have an accident victim that needs to be airlifted by helicopter. Who knew that was going to cost $50,000 or $60,000? So while this may be happening, and we're looking at 200 students, some odd, that have been Baker Acted out of Marion County Public Schools, and we're not the ones making that judgment call, that law enforcement is making that judgment call. In fact, those families are receiving bills from that provider. And that actually is appalling to me, and I just became aware of it in the last couple of weeks. And so I just wanted to make that public statement, because I don't like that, and there's nothing we can do about it at this point. It's gonna take some legislation or some additional changes. But if you were not aware of that, I was not aware. Again, I've known of Baker Acts for more than a dozen years, and have known others in other states that could have used that benefit for their families, because it is something unique to the state of Florida. But the fact that it does come at a cost to the families really is appalling to me. So, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, Reverend Cummings.
So, just to you, so with that cost, does health insurance cover that cost?
That's a good question. We should have asked Mr. Buss. Too bad he's not still here. I don't really know the answer to that. If with the mental health hospital that is used, the overnight facilities, perhaps.
I think from what my past experiences with them, that they did ask for health insurance.
They do. So they ask for health insurance. Sometimes Medicaid comes into play as well, and a sliding scale comes into play as well. It depends on the facility.
Sure, and it depends on the insurance of the family as well, because we do have some uninsured families that might have this occur for them. So, absolutely, if insurance, covers it 100%, terrific, but that, who's covering that? Somebody's paying somewhere. And so, that was news to me, honestly, and so I just wanted to make that a public kind of cry to say, what can we do to fix this? Because this absolutely is saving lives, and what can we do it's not on us to do something about that.
And our purpose is always to try to make sure that we engage that law enforcement to do that when it's an imminent threat and we're really trying to save that life.
Absolutely.
Can you say that one more time? And let me say why I asked that.
Absolutely.
We as board members sometimes get communications from families about their kids being Baker acted. And families oftentimes think that it is a decision of the school to have a kid Baker acted, or that the principal at that school or whoever, that it's a school-based employee making the determination that that child is going to be Baker acted, when in fact, it is not. It's our job to report certain things, but we don't make that determination. So I think that has to be cleared up in the community, because we get the nasty emails and the nasty letters that we did certain things when we didn't, when it's actually a law enforcement function, and it's based on an imminent, some type of
Imminent threat. So for us, our teams are doing a risk assessment. If during that risk assessment, we determine that the child or the student is at a high-level risk where we are concerned about their safety, then we are engaging our law enforcement. And then they go through their criteria to make sure whether they meet criteria for a Baker Act or not.
And we are bound to report, we are duly bound to have to report that to law enforcement, or we would be failing in our responsibilities to that kid in locus parentis, correct?
Correct.
Am I saying that right, Attorney Powers?
You are.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's on the record, because the community there are people in the community that think that it's us using Baker Acts as a punishment. We'd have no control over a Baker Act. Thank you.
And ultimately, it is somewhat of a last resort. I mean, it's not something that we're wanting.
Right.
It is an absolute threat, and honestly, to save lives of students, which I'm grateful that we potentially have saved 100+ students' lives because of the Baker Act. So again, don't get me wrong on that thought process. I completely understand the value of why we need to do that, and the imminent threat that would be caused to the student, or the student causing harm to others. There's multiple reasons why Baker Acts occur. But thank you for having us pause here at the moment. Is there any other comment? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And really, no one should be thought of as the bad guy in this situation. It is truly a time for the adults with mental stability to come together and share information with law enforcement that's going to be making that final determination of what's been being seen, and what type of, is there anyone else that could help bring this kid down? Baker acting should be a last resort, but it also really needs to be available, because some of our kids clearly have proven that it has helped them access services and get on a track to being successful. So I wanted to make the point that, like everything else in public schools, the more effectively all of the agencies collaborate and work together, rather than exercising your finger about, we're going to have better outcomes.
Absolutely. And student safety is our top priority. And we've had the benefit for the past 4 or 5 years working with school resource officers and just increasing that partnership. So thank you for your comments.
Okay, you can continue on.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, guys.
No, that's important. It is, and I was going to bring it up at the end too. So while you're on the slide and we have it in front of us, it's good to take that pause. So thank you, Ms. Stegman.
You're welcome. All right, so moving on to our very last goal, which is family engagement. School-based multidisciplinary teams work with families to assist with accessing mental health services and support for their children. We have multiple ways in which we provide information to families. For example, we're excited that this upcoming summer, we're bringing it back, providing youth mental health first aid training to parents as well, because who better to receive that training than those that spend a good majority of their time with their children and seeing those first signs and symptoms of mental health challenges and then getting them help right away is so important. After that, we have our mental health and wellness webpage, really connecting, finding unique, creative ways to connect families to this resource. And we're thinking of, we have QR codes to put on posters and ways that we can continue to say, hey, these are the resources available to you and your children, and we want to make sure that you know that they're out there. We also have had the opportunity to present at parent partnership events and putting the information out there about how do you access mental health services through Marion County Public Schools, and how do we partner with the community to make sure that you connect with those services. And then finally, providing that Marion County Counseling Services Availabilities list. This is a list of agency services that's available right here in Marion County, and having time to conference with parents, sitting down with them, letting them know, you're not alone. We've got resources available. Here's how we can meet the needs of your child. All right. So although we have not received our budget for the upcoming school year for the mental health allocation, our plan is to continue what we've always done, and that's support mental health through providing mental health providers here, direct support to students in Marion County. So 90% of the budget will be allocated to mental health staff and also professional development for those staff members and then others that work within the school district. 15 mental health staff provide direct mental health services through that plan. We're going to continue to support that. Again, that goes back to our school counselors, psychologists, and social workers. We want to continue that work. And then 4 mental health staff provide district level support to implement the mental health allocation. And that really speaks to what is being required of the plan, but also reporting requirements, what we have to send back up to the state in regards to our progress. All right, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Ms. Deckman. Board, I think we've had a lot of conversation about this, and this is one of our greatest challenges, mental health. The regular conversation is we all knew that COVID would have an impact, but we didn't really know what that was going to look like. And there's not a school I go to where this is not one of the biggest areas of concern. I want to thank the team and all of those that you represent that are out doing this work every day. We talked about Baker Acts being a piece, but really the preventive nature of trying to meet students where they are and provide support to them, helping the staff who are helping the students every day, continues to be one of our biggest challenges. And so we lean on our outside experts too, and the partnerships. To Vice Chair Thrower's comment about, collaboration is critical. Will continue to be critical, I think, in the time to come, but I'm just very appreciative of all the work, and to the board for supporting the additional staff that we've added to address this need. This is not a short-term issue, I don't think. And so we will have to continue to be innovative and flexible and agile in meeting the needs as they progress through time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Board comments, questions, starting with Dr. James.
Thank you for sharing all of this. I'm glad that we're doing this good work. One maybe potential hole that kind of came into light recently for me in speaking with a family. I think and we may already have processes in place that just need to be tightened up, but when we're onboarding new employees in the middle of the year, so deans that are hired halfway through the school year, are they, and you don't have to answer this right now, but are they getting the level of preparation for threat assessments that they should, to be able to immediately implement them as they are supposed to be implemented. Because I was made aware by a family of a process that may have not gone exactly as we intended, and mostly due to the fact that the dean was recently hired, and this was potentially one of their first threat assessments, and so the process didn't go exactly as it was intended. And so just to bring light to ensuring that as we hire in the middle of the school year, counselors, deans, even administrators, that we're ensuring that they're immediately walking into opportunities for training with mental health, if they weren't previously introduced to it in their other role, so that we can try and just always provide that best quality mental health threat assessment and service to the family.
Absolutely, I would agree with that. It is actually in state law that we have 90 days as someone steps into that role of the threat management team, that they be trained. So we do have dedicated staff to provide that training. Our office is also available. We understand first time out the gate, we're always not going to be confident in that process and what that looks like, and our staff is always available to support that at the school level too.
Well, and as we saw with the numbers, 90 days, a lot could happen in 90 days. And so shortening that time frame, as we've seen in our other presentations already today, us going above and beyond what the rule or legislation may allow, and us shortening that as our operating procedure would be something as a board member I would be in full support of, making that 30 days or 15 working days, so that we know that immediately when a person steps into a role where they're going to be potentially responsible for a heavy load of mental health work, they're fully prepared to execute that role the way that you all intend to provide the best service for the family. I would be in full support of figuring out how to make that happen.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Reverend Cummings.
I'm Dr. James is right on the page where I'm at. I was looking at slide number 11 of the PowerPoint that talks about what the House Bill 1421 states, that we have to be at a minimum of 80%. Yes. And yes, we are above the 80%, but my question, I guess, is what is it that hinders us from being at 100%? Why aren't we, what things can we implement or this board do to make sure that all of our staff are adequately trained on this professional development dealing with mental health? We know that there is a huge uptick in mental health issues. Coming back from COVID, we knew those things were going to be in place. We knew that was going to be there. So what are the hindrances that are preventing us from being at 100%? I like the shortened time frame. I think it should be part of the orientation when people are hiring people. I think it should be a part of the mandatory retraining or whatever it is that our staff do. But what can you elaborate a little bit on?
Absolutely. So that training, Youth Mental Health First Aid, is a national certification training, and the National Council of Mental Wellbeing oversees issuance of certificates. They have very strict guidelines on how training will occur. For example, we have to have no more than, at this point, 50 participants in one class. It used to be much less than that. It was 30 participants at one point. It has to be 6 hours. You have to have a nationally trained instructor and when they go to get nationally trained, it is a 3 to 5 day training for them to be trained. So there is a lot of restrictions in how we're able to deliver that content and who is able to deliver that content. I will say that as we have staff turnover, new staff, it's a constant process, to your point. I would love to embed it in onboarding. However, again, going back to just the length of the training and the availability of instructors, those have been barriers and roadblocks to making that happen.
And we've tried to address some of that as well with just scheduling. So we've done evening classes broken up into 2 different days. We've done Saturday sessions. We've done during work hours. So we try to make sure we have a lot of opportunities for the staff so they're able to get into one of those classes.
And once they get that training, it does go on their record that they have.
We keep track of that. And they have to be recertified every 3 years.
Yep, so it's a national certification, so the good news is if we receive employees, say, that are transferring in from another district, they should already have the training completed.
Okay. And then my second question, I'm sorry. My second question is slide number 15. With the size of our district, and we have I think we have that's designated as a mid-sized district, but we have a large area to cover. I see we have 19 people pretty much working in this department. And I know that the superintendent is trying to better this department, make it better. Is that enough people to cover the new challenges that we're having with students with this uptick in mental health concerns? I'm constantly seeing some things around the district, and I mean, 15 people with a district the size of 40-something thousand students, is that enough?
So that really, what that does is that reduces our ratios. We already have some of those mental health providers in place. This is increasing the amount of those mental health providers. Do I think it's enough? No. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I would love to see additional staff to be able to provide that direct mental health support as students are identified. However, with the funding, we want to make sure that we are consistent and able to pay these folks year after year. And so with that being said, we just want to be fiscally responsible in ensuring that we're not going to add additional folks if we're not going to be able to pay for them sequentially year after year.
And again, to clarify, those are 15 mental health providers paid through the mental health allocation. But we have our psychologists, our social workers, our school counselors that are part of this whole team providing all these services.
So they're not part of this 15?
We're all together. No, they're not a part of this 15. The 15 are provided through the mental health allocation,
Gotcha.
funded through that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Conrad.
Just a couple of quick questions. Excuse me, I'm looking at slide 8, the multi-tiered system of support framework. And I just wondered how that process worked and what the timeline was for the child you're working on identifying. Just from previous experience in the classroom, attendance became an issue as you were trying to collect data and provide supports. And so has that improved any, or have you found strategies that help decrease that struggle?
I mean, the strategies would include, again, that parent engagement, making sure that we're all working as a team. So you spoke about attendance and whether or not the child's actually there to receive the intervention. That really speaks to, again, working with the families, saying, this is what we're trying to accomplish in supporting your child. Let's come up with a plan to help do that. So there's been a big push, big effort in bringing parents in as part of that conversation, which absolutely impacts timelines.
Okay. Do you have a timeline with that, applying a strategy to see improvement in helping students just like you do like there is for academics? So you have to try a certain strategy so long before you can change up and move to the next level?
So that's really going to be based on the intervention that was identified for the student. So it's going to be different depending on, because these are what's called evidence-based interventions, meaning there's been research done to determine timelines and how long you would need to implement that intervention to see change and effectiveness. So it is going to change depending on what's being used with the student. And again, that's something we always say that's a committee-based decision. So if we see that we believe as a committee that we put enough time and support to really see change in that student, then we can make a decision that maybe we need to make some changes.
I would add to that, so just to go back to the attendance component, rather than sometimes see it as a barrier, that's an additional data point. So if we're able to, in those teams as we're problem solving, make the connection between we think the attendance is a symptom of something else going on, then we would approach it that way. So it's not necessarily always to be seen as they're not here, so they can't get the intervention. It's a barrier. We see it as another data point, something else to consider to make sure we're providing the right services.
This is just a comment. In visiting schools, the number of our elementary students that are, the numbers are rising with their discipline referrals, their emotional struggles. And so I'm just sharing as one board member, that is a high priority for me as we look to develop and improve our programs so that we can provide. To me, it's a new area. I taught on the primary grades for a long time, and you just didn't see these types of behavior very often. They were very few and far between. And now, looking at some of these numbers in our elementary schools, that's enough to have several groups of kids that are, receiving a high level of intervention. So that's just something that's important to me. I wanted to share with you. And then my last question is, do we have trauma training that we provide throughout the district, and what does that look like?
So in previous years, we've partnered with what's called SEDNet within the state to provide that trauma-informed training. They've had a lot of transition this past year, and so unfortunately for this school year, that is not something that has been offered to school teams. With that being said, that is a priority for us for this upcoming school year. We recognize that as a need for our schools and for our teachers to really know how to interact and respond to students that have experienced trauma.
Okay, that too is important to me as a board member. I was recently blessed to be able to be part of a training for some trauma-involved programs. And as I sat and listened, I thought, okay, there are some strategies here that they shared that I didn't have in my wheelhouse after 27 years in education. And I could have helped change the trajectory and I had several students, as you know, you have them in your brain, they stay with you, that really could have positively impacted their educational journey. And so I hope and look forward to us moving forward and on that journey. Thank you.
A component of that youth mental health first aid training also includes talking about trauma, what signs to look for, and how to determine whether that student should be referred to someone for help.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, and I certainly echo all of the comments and from our board members so far, and I support every single one of them. I wanted to thank you all for the yeoman's work that you're doing. There is so much that we're trying to do. It's hard almost to ask, well, what else can we do? But I think there is a lot of what else, and I think it comes down to the old communication and collaboration across the community and beginning to, make the web a little tighter. Yes, we have compulsory attendance in Florida, but we do not have educational neglect like we do in 24 other states. And yet, we have 180 days in the school year, similar to pretty much every other state. That doesn't give us a lot of time to waste. And so it really bothers me that I think one of the first quick fixes we could make is reducing the 15 unexcused absences in terms of truancy down to 5. Getting families involved early, quickly, and with confidence that we are expecting them to work with us to be part of this solution. It's nothing to brush off. It's not because a kid is just young. You can come up with all kinds of reasons not to do things, but the system is the solution, and the numbers are clear and they're troubling. And we're spending a lot of money on this. I remember when we first got the allocation, it was $1 million, wasn't it?
Yes.
What's our current allocation? Do you know right off the top?
This past year is a little over $2 million.
A little over 2 million, okay. So the number is growing, the need is growing, but I'm not quite seeing yet across all levels of the community the type of collaboration and rapid response that matches the need. Yet the money that we're putting out is going up, up, up. And so that is a problem for all of us to tackle, and it's important, I think, for your department to know that as a board, we're speaking on this to our legislators, and we all need to see this get better. I'm looking at slide 4, and our ratios are improving. I appreciate the superintendent's attention and the rest of the board's attention to funding, you know, the folks that we need, and making sure that we have a funding mechanism for them to be able to stay. Because until we really see these numbers drastically reduced, we need all hands on deck, and they need to know that they're in it for the long haul. It especially resonated with me what Dr. James shared, that it's very difficult to come into any job in the middle, like in midstream. And that is a procedural thing that I don't know if it could come through recruiting, you know, and when someone gets hired on and each school gets a list or something, so that we capture these folks, you know, quickly and connect them with you. There's still too much of a disconnect between the school base and downtown, you know, and I know we're working on reducing that and making it much more collaborative, much more responsive, and much more responsible in terms of everyone in the community. That's how we're going to begin to get ahead of this. I'm thinking about our bus drivers. We have more than half our kids that ride the bus. Bus drivers notice things. They know their kids, and when a kid gets on the bus, you can pretty much have a lot of conclusions about how their day is about to go. So, yes, I salute you for continuing to do this great work. I think what you're hearing is that we're ready to support and continue and again, tighten that web, and let's get these kids the help they need quickly. We only have 180 days. Thank you.
One more question.
Okay, Ms. Conrad.
Amanda, I'm so sorry, I forgot to ask this. I'm looking at the family engagement piece on slide 14. And so I'm excited that we have these training opportunities for parents, and I love the idea that you all are meeting one-on-one to provide support. What I'm wondering is that well received? Do parents actually, how do you, like if you're having the counseling center and the session and the parent will come and you get to have this opportunity, is it at that point that you offer them the mental health first aid opportunity, or how do you recruit the parents that we need to come? Because on the academic side, you know how that goes.
Right.
You know, you offer something, and many times the people that are already equipped with these tools are the ones that show up for more. And so I just want to see what your strategies are for getting to the people and parents that we need to see.
You're exactly right. It's a tough ask in getting those folks there. I will say that we'll be working on a heavy advertising campaign to make sure that it's well known. And again, going back to working with our community partners, that's been such a huge benefit for us. And there's so many community partners that just have a different relationship with parents. And to hear from them that this is something that could be beneficial, I think is crucial. So I would definitely say just continue the advertising and just lock in arms with our community folks.
Thank you.
I think word of mouth is really powerful too. So we've had lots of these classes where, you know, participants come in and they're not so sure, is this gonna benefit me? Am I really gonna be able to use this? And 10 out of 10 times, we have participants leaving saying, I can't believe how much I've learned. I didn't think I would ever put this in place. This is, you know, something that can benefit me not just as an employee, but in my life. And so hopefully we can have some of that as well with the parents.
Very good. Thank you for the work that you ladies are doing in your teams.
I know Vice Chair has a couple of questions, but I actually have a couple I want to throw in right here. So my questions are specific to training. So my first one is, I know we talked a bit about the training that all employees have to have and the 6 hours training and all. And certainly this is all about students and making sure that we're addressing student needs. How much of that training actually can also be used as identifiers when we also see employees in crisis?
Exact same strategies can be utilized from that training. So signs and symptoms, yes, the focus is on youth for that particular training, but signs and symptoms really don't change across time. So those same strategies can be utilized to pick up on those areas for adults. And same concept, what we teach in that class is that it's just like regular first aid. You're not expected to be the professional. You're not performing surgery in regular first aid, but it's what do you do with the information once that you recognize it, and that would be consistent across any age.
Thank you. And then since we are talking so much about mental health training, we are aware, or at least I as a board member, I think we all can identify that when mental health is a symptom to some degree of some of our behavior and discipline issues. So I'm interested in knowing how trainings for mental health also coincide potentially with positive behavioral intervention and support, PBIS trainings, and if those are working in tandem to ensure that's a part of our Tier 1 strategy and that de-escalation process.
Absolutely. So I know that I think we've, as we've partnered with, for example, student discipline and working with deans, working with our multidisciplinary team members, the idea is that our team is going to be working together regardless if it's mental health or behavior, because they're so intertwined, right? This summer, we're excited that we're going to be working with multidisciplinary teams to go through the tiers. So when we're looking at Tier 1, which is available to all students, we're looking at resiliency skills for the mental health side of things, but also those school-wide expectations for behavior. And then knowing that if the students aren't meeting the expectations for both of those, at that point is when you're referring on to that multidisciplinary team. So that multidisciplinary team is working from both angles, both mental health and behavior. They're discussing it all at the same time.
Okay, great. And the last question is not about training. It's more on slide 7 where you do have the tiers all listed. I know we had extensive conversation recently about specifically, or at least I've been having conversation, I think the board talked about it, about the curriculum we're currently using in secondary and the challenges that we're having with that and what our potential strategies are for the future.
Yeah, so our resiliency curriculum, we are actually partnering right now with the state. The state has come out with new resiliency standards to really back all of this curriculum that we have here in our district. Along with that, we're going to see additional funding for resiliency. Something to keep in mind when we talk about the mental health allocation, although that it requires a multi-tiered system of support approach, I can't spend any funding on Tier 1. It all has to go to Tier 2, Tier 3. So now what we're going to see is additional funding for that Tier 1 support, which we're really excited about. We're partnering with actually the foundation to ensure that's happening. And so with that, what we're going to do is we're going to do a complete reboot and make sure that we're providing that professional development and support to the teachers, because we all know it's all about the delivery of the curriculum, as whether or not there's buy-in for the students as well. So that's a big focus for the upcoming school year, and we're excited. We're excited of where this can go and how we can support our schools to make it more effective.
Thank you. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you. What is the game plan as far as the results that you're gleaning from Fort McCoy's pilot project? What are the intentions?
The intentions are really to see, based on the level of support that we're giving that school, is that something that we can expand upon? So as we have been able to fund contracted mental health providers through our ESSER grant, and we know that that's going away. And so with that, what we're looking at with mental health assistance allocation is to have a bank of money as part of our allocation to continue to fund that work and partnering again with our community resources. So if that's something that we see as effective and we're able to identify students, for example, you'll notice on the information that we were able to gather from that, there's a lot of self-report that we wouldn't have seen as adults, as the observers. And so with that being said, that tells me there's an absolute need there. So how are we going to rise to the occasion to make sure that we're addressing that need?
Absolutely, because I would expect that all middle schools, if they had the opportunity to self-report, we would hear things that we would want to intervene on. And you have to have the staff to be able to do that, obviously. Where was my other question? Yes, how many nationally trained instructors do we currently have?
We currently have 11 trained. There has been a transition. They had an original class, and then they transitioned to an updated 2.0 version. So we do have 11 trainers. I will say that some of those trainers within our district, they have other obligations, of course, with their positions. We do, within my office, have 4 folks that are available at any time to be able to deliver this curriculum. So it's something that we're constantly offering the course in a variety of ways to make sure that we're hitting as many different opportunities for our staff to complete it.
Thank you. And the word resiliency has been around for a really long time, and I learned a long time ago that if a student or a kid has, one stable, consistent adult in their life, hopefully they come from a stable family unit. But if they don't, having one stable, consistent adult can really make all the difference for their success. So I'm glad that that's being built in, and that is part of the collaboration that I personally believe is so important, that, we are doing our best to shoulder a lot of the load, but it can't happen in isolation, and we do all we can to try to ensure that that doesn't happen. But I think we all know that there is much more that we can do, which is a good position to be in, because the kids really need it. And I think that we can get to the point where we're being even more fiscally responsible because we're getting the results. So again, I appreciate what you're doing so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any additional comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, is there any public comment about our mental health plan updates? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Del Nodal and Ms. Steckman. We appreciate all your work and what you're doing for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to the next item, we have, we're going to present the school start-stop time initial proposal. And seeing Mr. Christian's moving to the podium, we have Ms. Becky Rora on the phone. Mr. Vianello is here as well in person with some other members of the team, as well as some area superintendents to answer any questions. Are we still good with, there we go.
Ms. Rora, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, just speak loudly if you can.
Yes, I'm here.
I'll come back here.
Hard to hear.
It would just be hard to hear you.
That's okay. That's okay. Good morning, Chair Campbell, Superintendent Dr. Gullett, and board members. We have a presentation today for you with many members of our team. So I'm going to introduce, as Mr. Christian already stated, Ms. Rora, the Director of Transportation, is on the phone with us. There's also members of her team, Mr. Beaver and Ms. Howard are here, as well as our area superintendents, to answer any questions you may have. The process began with our scheduling team within my department sent out a survey to our principals to ask what schedule they would be interested in following next year, to include the start and stop times. And then at that point, they were directed to speak through their plans with their area superintendents. And then that conversation moved over to the bigger conversation with transportation to see what was feasible with the recommended changes. So at this time, I will let Ms. Rora and others answer any questions you may have.
Board, Dr. James.
I just have a few questions. For Ms. Kynard first, the extra hour we have on the elementary schools that are in transformation status, if and when are we going to determine that that extra hour is no longer needed? And also, Anthony Elementary has an extra hour but isn't housed under transformation. So can we explain why they still have an extra hour?
Okay, I didn't want to touch it. Good morning. Thank you, Board Member James. Agreed that I have 9 elementary schools that are in transformation that do remain with that extra hour, extra 50 minutes, as well as Anthony Elementary that is under the umbrella of elementary that has the extra 50 minutes. Dr. Hembrook, Mr. Frazier, and myself, along with Ms. Talbert Irving, have worked to develop a rubric that looks at academics, looks at teacher experience as well as school grades, but more than just school grades. We know that we're looking at proficiency levels this year only. And so because this year was a baseline year for school grades, we had new benchmarks for ELA and math, as you are all aware, in elementary. We certainly felt that it was in the best interest of our students to be able to keep that additional instructional time going into next school year. However, the rubric has been developed. We are working through that so that we can continue to look at the data. When we get PM1 scores from FAST in August for next school year, that goes into the chart in the rubric. And then we'll have PM2. We take that in January of next school year. And at that point, we would have enough data on our rubric to not wait for PM3 because we don't take that until May, so that way we can make our recommendations to our team and executive cabinet and Dr. Gullett, and then we would bring that, of course, to the board, recommending which schools we feel meet the criteria in the rubric to be able to come off of that additional 50 minutes moving into the following school year. That timeline also gives not only parents, but the staff at those current 10 schools, the time, once they would know by the 1st of February, time to know the time changes, that would be happening at certain schools or not. And as well, the staff would know well before the transfer period opens up in March. And that gives them plenty of time to then go to schools that would be offering. They would know which ones were offering the additional time. And then, of course, the ones that were not offering the additional time.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Why does Anthony not housed under transformation if it has the extra hour?
So because schools have the additional hour is not one of the criterias necessarily that we look at for transformation. Anthony Elementary did earn a school grade of a B last school year under the direction of Principal Johnson, and we were super proud of that data and super proud of the staff and the students there and their performance. And so the goal is in transformation to work me out of a job, right? We want those schools to become in need of less support. And again, Dr. Hembrook, Mr. Frazier, and myself all have a rubric that we look at. And of course, academics strongly ties into that, as well as other data criteria that we look at. And we felt that Anthony met that criteria to go into the next level or layer, which would be elementary. Secondary would be a Frazier, which of course I have Horizon and Lakeware Middle. So once they do not need as much support based on the criteria, then they would go back to secondary level.
Okay.
Yes,
If we have determined, and I know this started, I believe, in some capacity by the state mandating the extra time, but if we've determined that these 10 elementary schools need the extra hour, why have we not made that determination for Horizon and Lake Weir, which are housed under transformation?
So you're correct. The 10 extra schools originally fell into what the state called the L300 list, which were the 3 lowest underperforming schools in the state of Florida. And so that is why they were with school improvement rule. We had statute that we had to follow, that we had to offer that extra hour and of course pay employees and offer that extra hour to the students for working through remediation, closing the gap on our students. We had not made that determination to add the extra hour to any other schools at this point. looking at the data. We are certainly giving more support. That's why Lakeware Middle and Horizon, did fall into transformation, so that they can have some more support. As you know, and you're aware, I don't have as many schools as certainly Dr. Hembrick and Mr. Frazier for that reason, so that we're able to support them a little bit closer.
I guess if the data supports that an extra hour is necessary for the elementary schools, I just am wondering why the extra hour is not necessary for the middle schools. And if in turn the extra hour is not necessary for the middle schools, then I'm wondering why the extra hour is necessary for the elementary schools. So that doesn't have to be answered today, but I just think that it's not continuous. It doesn't make sense why all of a sudden the need stops at 5th grade and in 6th grade it's not necessary, or vice versa. So that's just something that I've noticed that I have questions about, I guess. I'm happy to hear that we're going to be reviewing this extra hour. Some of these schools have been on this extra hour for a very long time, and I know that the staff and the principals would appreciate the opportunity to take a breath and not have that extra hour. So I look forward to that conversation in the middle of next school year and trying to address that. Thank you. My only other concern I'm going to make, it's not really for Ms. Kiner that much, is Horizon and Liberty. When meeting with those principals, what I heard as I met with them throughout this school year is that they wanted their times changed. And we're looking like we're going to be able to do it for Lake Weir Middle, which is wonderful. But what we are not able to do is it for Horizon or Liberty. Now, I spoke with Ms. Keinert about Horizon yesterday, and we're going to be able to keep them at a 7-period day, which is going to facilitate common planning, which is really what ultimately the principals are looking for. But what I know is that Ms. Connor, every year, 4 years, has said that she needs a change in her schedule, and we still are not representing this on this plan. So I know that I will be a board member who champions addressing that as we go into this next planning for the following school year. So I spoke with Ms. Connor, and at this point, it's just a little too late, because she's already started planning for the next school year. Because I essentially said, what do you want me to champion for you? Because I'm willing to do that. Because I've heard her reiterate time and time again that that's what she wants. So at this point, we're gonna just keep it as it is. But I want to go on record and say that the fact that there is no change bothers me for Liberty. Like, Liberty and Hammett Bowen get out at the same exact time, essentially. If we have the traffic pattern problem at Bellevue Middle, Bellevue High, we have the traffic pattern problem at Hammett Bowen and Liberty. And so I just feel like a lack of representation here. I can understand our pain points with transportation and trying to figure out how to meet everyone's needs, and I understand that. So just going into the fall, I'm going to be a Liberty champion to figuring out how we can help Ms. Connor meet the needs of her staff and find some common planning time. So I guess I'm just going on record to say, get ready, because this is going to be something that I want to take on, because I want to see us provide something for her. So those are the only real questions I have. Does anyone? I know Mr. Vianello had shared with me personally the impact on transportation was maybe close to 10 additional routes and drivers. Is that still the number we're looking at? Ms. Rora's on the phone, I think.
Ms. Aurora, if you could hear the question from Board Member James about Liberty, or Mr. Vianello can come forward. Thank you.
Well, that's not including Liberty. Sorry, my question was just for the plan as presented. This plan on the screen, my understanding is there's additional 10 routes and bus drivers needed to accomplish the plan that's being presented.
Dr. James, that is accurate for next year for those 5 additional schools that we've changed the times to. The impact will be 10 additional drivers and 10 additional buses, approximately.
Is that primarily for Lake Weir Middle, though? Because I don't understand. I would imagine it has to be, because changing 5 or 10 minutes at a time doesn't. I can't comprehend how that would require new routes.
Yes, ma'am, it is. And Ms. Rohr, if you can hear me and correct me if this is inaccurate, but I believe of the roughly 10 buses, approximately 7 of those buses are for Lake Weir Middle.
That's correct. That is primarily for Lake Weir Middle School. because we will lose the ability to double those routes up. So we have tweaked and rearranged routes for the elementary schools that are tied to Lake Worth Middle currently, and then the additional routes are those that cannot be paired with an elementary schools, because some of those elementary schools in that area are still on the extended hour time. So the additional routes, the vast majority are for Lake Worth Middle. And there was only one for East Marion that we're still looking to see if we can cut it down and divide some of those students up because of the travel time from the forest back to Lake Worth Middle School.
Thank you. That makes sense. And that's to my point of the extra hour. I imagine if we get rid of the extra hour at some of these elementary schools, we could alleviate potentially some of the significant pain points we have in transportation.
I couldn't hear the question.
Oh, if we get to the point where we can eliminate the extra 50 minutes on 10 of these schools, we could potentially also eliminate some of these major transportation headaches and pain points because we could go back to double routing some of the schools.
Mr. V, can you repeat that for me?
Sorry.
The question is the impact on transportation if we were to eliminate the additional hour for the 10 schools.
So the impact, if we eliminate the additional hour for those schools that can do it, would be help us significantly to pair up other routes and in some cases possibly triple tier. So that would be helpful to what we're trying to do currently.
Thank you. And so I understand our hesitation with eliminating it this school year because we want to see how this data is this first year, but I am going to be strongly in support of really looking at these 10 schools and their need for the extra hour and what that looks like going forward into 24-25 school year, because I think that if it's no longer as impactful as it was or is it needed as much as it is currently, and we can alleviate some transportation pain points, that's where I'd like to get. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. James. I'm going to go ahead and do some comments here myself and then take additional comments from the board. I normally go in a different order. I'm looking right now at legislation that we have a pretty good indication is coming our way. And while I understand that House Bill 733 and the companion bill, Senate Bill 1112, is going to give us 3 years to make modifications to our middle school and high school, when we're having the opportunity to look creatively and make changes right now, potentially to Dr. James' point, even though it only be 10 minutes different for Liberty Middle School as one of the 4 middle schools that will be impacted. Are we going to definitely wait until that becomes legislation? And here's my question for that. There have been times that this board has been actually proactive in knowing something is coming our way, so let's go ahead and make the change. I'll use the beginning teacher salary as an example. When we knew that beginning teacher salaries were going to be mandated at a certain level, this board actually proactively went a little higher than that. So I'm asking that question now. While we're having the opportunity to take a look at school start times, I'm looking specifically at Osceola and 8th Street. Potentially, we're going to have to switch those start times, because if we have to start middle school beginning in next year, or at least by 2026, having to begin Osceola Middle School after 8 a.m. or at 8 a.m., then will we be actually just switching 8th Street and Osceola so that Osceola starts at 8:15 and 8th Street starts at 7:50? Same thing potentially with a Hamlet Bow and Liberty, if there's conversation there. The legislation is going to read, and already currently says, that middle school start times must be at 8 a.m. or after, and high school start times must be at 8:30 a.m. or after. It looks like all of our high schools, with the exception of the technical schools, which I think we probably can say aren't necessarily in a high school, already meet that. So our high schools are going to be fine. But at the middle school level, we do have 4 different schools. I don't know how that's going to impact the K-8. I actually have been starting to ask those questions. I don't know what a K-8 start time looks like in this new potential legislation that's coming out. I don't know if it will be mandated that the middle school has to start later at Fort McCoy. But looking specifically at Horizon, Liberty, and Osceola, then we do have legislation coming our way that those start times need to adjust. And I just didn't know if the team was already taking that into consideration. Again, as a board member individually, I always like to look to proactive as opposed to waiting the 3 years to meet law. It is passing favorably through every committee, both on the House and the Senate. They saw it yesterday in a Senate fiscal committee and Senate, and it passed favorably again. I don't see any way this isn't coming our way. So that's my question. Dr. Gullett, you're leaning forward. I'll let you respond to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of items. I want to address what your comments are and Board Member James as well. The answer quite simply is yes. We're not going to wait. I don't think it's good practice to wait. It's better to be proactive, work with the community, and if there's a gradual change or ways that we can engage our community and let them know in advance what we're trying to accomplish, it's better to do it that way. That's the first piece. To the items there's obviously a lot happening now with times for attendance for students, right? So we think about bell times, start, stop times, the extra hour. I can speak to the extra hour, and that is being reviewed as we're looking at all these other moving pieces because it's about quality, not quantity. Having done transformation work before, I can tell you there are plenty of schools that sometimes the extra hour is not beneficial. What you do in that extra time is critical. As we really invest in our Tier 1 instruction for all students and our core work, we have to get that right. That's where we're going to see the proficiency growth. And then, of course, you need to look at the needs of the students at each school and how we could best support them in a high-quality way. So those are all pieces that are being looked at based on research, based on data, based on need. So there's a lot more to come to this, much like an instructional calendar for the year that we've spent a lot of time on. It might seem a simple process for a start and stop time, but it's actually a little more complex than that. And we are looking deeply at needs of students, staff, and the community. So I just wanted to talk about both of those if I could. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Gullett. So based on what I'm hearing, though, this is what we're proposing for 23-24. So with that legislation potentially being signed into law in July, granted, we know that we have 3 years till July 2026, according to the legislation, that we could implement it. The goal of Marion County Public Schools is not to go ahead of that and wait and not implement that until 24-25.
At this time, pending any changes in Tallahassee that might take us off course, yes, because it's going to take some time, as you well know, with all those puzzle pieces to fit with transportation and informing parents and engaging our school communities, yes. And I can assure you that the moment that something passes, the team will be on, this is what's been passed, and how do we navigate to do that in a high-quality way for our student learning.
Thank you.
Chair.
Reverend Cummings.
And thank you for bringing that piece up, because that's the part that I was going to bring up with the recent legislation, making sure that we were in compliance, especially with those. I was looking at the MTI and the Horizon and Fort McCoy, so thank you for addressing that. Also, Superintendent, I guess in years past, we've kind of had built into our times, extra time for like hurricanes and different things of the such. Is that still built into this, or is it, how does that affect this?
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. That was what we addressed through the instructional calendar and having that extra time built in there. So that still falls in line with that. Yes. Thank you. But we still wish to not have any hurricanes so that it doesn't have any big impact.
Because it doesn't
If
matter.
not, we're going to pray it away.
Always create.
Correct.
Always.
Ms. Conrad.
Yes, and although there are many moving pieces that other board members and the superintendent had shared, I did want to say thank you, because some kinks are getting worked out. And so I just want to make note of that. With Bellevue Middle and Bellevue High School and the traffic jam that they have in the morning and in the afternoon, and dealing with sports and parents that are trying to get kids to 2 schools, they are appreciative of that 15-minute, 20-minute window that they'll have now. And so that is a plus for those 2 schools. I did reach out to Mr. Jacobs at Lake Weir Middle because he had the largest change in his schedule. So I just wanted to check in with him on how that affected what he was doing at his school. And he was very excited. Through parent surveys, through conversations with the district, he feels that that's going to be very beneficial to his academic day. And so I just wanted to thank the team for working through that and helping him get and find a solution that is going to help his attendance policy, which we all are in support of, getting those kids to school. So as we work through all of these moving pieces and we adjust to legislation, we are making improvements, in different areas, and hopefully we'll get everybody accommodated. So thank you for your work.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, stop times and the calendar are a big deal. And while 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes may not seem like much to an individual, it's everything to different families, that are trying to get their kids to different schools and different times and then get to work. So it's probably one of the most widely talked about topics where we get some real participation, so that's great. What is the current funding source for the extra hour?
Ms. Kynard can speak to the grants that we receive through that, or Ms. Bostonellis, sorry, if you want to do that.
Because didn't it used to be an automatic that the state would pay for the extra hour? I think that's changed. Right?
Yes, we receive grant funds for that, for recognized schools for the extra hour, but I'll let Ms. Bostonellis confirm where we are today.
Thank you. You are so right, Ms. Thrower. In the beginning, there was an allotment of funds, and then it was moved into the supplemental academic instruction funding source that already exists.
Okay. And so I think what I'm hearing is that the extra hour is not automatically paid for by the state like it used to be as a standalone.
Correct.
Okay. And there's other things that we use the SES for that are needed as well. So if things have evolved is my point. The schools that are going to be doing the extra hour next year, will those employees that are currently getting paid for the 50 minutes, I know we say extra hour, it's like half day. It's 50 minutes, will they continue to be paid for that extra time, including the administrators?
I was going to say, I can answer that. The answer is yes. But Ms. Bostonellis, did you want to add to that?
I thought you were asking the reverse. I thought you were saying if we go away from the extra 45, 50 minutes, would they continue to get paid?
No, what I'm saying is if the ones that are going to be open the extra 50 minutes next year, they'll continue to get paid, including the administrators?
Yes.
Okay.
Like so many other things, and I think you said it quite well, it just gets absorbed into the budget.
I see. Okay. Thank you. And speaking of legislation, has there been any, where are we with the potential pilot of a 4-day school week? Not that Marion County has committed to anything. It's talk in Tallahassee.
I'll have to pull the bill.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'll keep going. Because that is something that Tallahassee is talking about, is piloting, giving the opportunity for districts that want to participate. I'm not sure how they would choose them, but to implement, right?
Yes, Vice Chair Thrower, while Chair is looking that up, I can tell you that we've just spoken last week about an update of the pilot with single-track year-round schools. That just came up, so they're related. Doesn't exactly answer your question. I haven't heard about the 4-day, but we did get an update in my recent meeting about the pilot for I'll describe it as a single track. I wouldn't support a multi-track, but a single track. And if districts could have the ability to utilize that at our district. So that was a request we had from the superintendent group, and we're waiting to hear if that would be allowable to any district that wants to participate.
For those listening at home, single track, multi-track, what does that mean?
Yes, okay. So for those who've been around a while, there was a model of year-round schools, multi-track best known if you followed on paper with different colors. For example, a blue track might have had a fall break and maybe 1 week off at winter break and then a week off in April, a short in summer. A green track would have 2 weeks off in October. And so they each had different schedules for attendance, but it went year-round simultaneously, which had a lot of challenges for families with students in different schools on different tracks and colors. A single track model essentially says we're on a year-round instructional calendar, but you have periodic breaks throughout the year predetermined. And so it's not like we have now with a larger summer break, but it enhances the concept and the research behind students continuing to learn in a year-round model. The key with that, without going into a whole different rabbit hole, is that, again, you have to think about a family unit and think about the instructional delivery and not having students on different types of schedules, which is an impact to that family. But that is something that is moving through in Tallahassee and may be expanded to more districts.
I see. And would the timeline be as soon as next year?
It would. It would be beginning in fall unless something changes, which doesn't give us a lot of time to consider what that looks like for our community.
But it would be voluntary for districts. We would get to decide whether or not we wanted to try this, right?
Currently, yes, that's how it's being proposed.
Okay.
Pending any changes, correct. It would be an opt-in. I don't know yet what the opt-in options will be, what the criteria would be, but currently we're hearing it as an opt-in, and so far it started as an elementary model, and we don't know if that's going to change.
Okay. Well, it's just another thing that's on the burner that it's important, I think, to at least get it out there so that it doesn't come as a surprise to people and we don't know at all, whether or not it's something that we would participate in, but it's being talked about, so we might as well be doing the same. Yes, board members are advocating for their districts, and I'm wondering about Fort King Middle School. I noticed that their time hasn't changed. I also know that there's been some concerns with Fort King's dismissal time, and then also the transportation drop-off of some other schools within the same neighborhoods this year. So I was just wondering if there's been conversation with the alternative schools in regards to Fort King Middle and maybe trying to reduce that bottleneck.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Thrower, for that question. There has been additional conversations with Ms. Rohr, and I'm sure she could chime in on this as well, to prioritize Fort King to make sure that their transportation is on time and for arrival and dismissal. We've also had conversations with Sermi and New Leaf in regards to, primarily Sermi, in regards to adjusting their times to make sure that the drop-offs and the arrivals aren't arriving at the same time, to make sure that we're alleviating some of those concerns that we're seeing there.
Great, and I look forward to knowing for sure that that's been taken care of, because it certainly has been a challenge this year, and I appreciate the alternative schools, especially Sermi, as you mentioned, for working with us on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. And just for Vice Chair's question, I don't believe that, I know that was originally floated, I don't believe that that's getting any traction on, potentially it's piloting, as what Dr. Gullett said.
For year-round?
Yes.
But not 4-day?
Correct.
Okay.
There was conversation earlier in the fall that Hillsborough County was considering doing a 4-day because of teacher shortages, but I'm looking at their 2023-2024 board-approved calendar, and it does not include the 4-day schedule. So, Dr. James.
I just wanted, thank you to Vice Chair Thrower for effectively articulating what I was trying to articulate, is that stress on that extra hour. I left off the piece that I knew in my head, but I didn't say in my out loud voice, that we are paying for that. There's not magical money coming to us to afford to pay all of those employees that extra time. And so thank you for effectively saying that, because my point is, if it's working, let's keep paying for it. But if it is no longer necessary and we have continued to strengthen our staff and we're not maximizing the use of it, then we need to be financially responsible and really review that. And that's the point I was trying to make. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Any additional comments, questions on the school stop times? So I think, board, what we have to ensure for the team's purposes, that we have consensus, that we are in approval of this from a consensus of what we have presented. I'm seeing all heads nod. Team, you have consensus. We will look forward to seeing this on an upcoming board meeting so we can get it into final approval for you. Thank you.
Did you ask for public comment?
Is there public comment? I had it written down, I didn't get there. I don't hear public comment on this particular item. Thank you for the reminder. Board, it is 11:15. I would like for us to take just a 5-minute break if we could, please. We will go into a brief recess for 5 minutes at 11:15. Thank you.
Question? No. We're still hot.
I'm sorry? at 11, coming back out of recess at 11:22 a.m. to our next item on the agenda, 6.1. Dr. Gullett.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Members of the board, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Dennis McFadden, our Director of Safe Schools, who is going to provide an update to the board on recommendation for sworn status. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Board Chair, Dr. Campbell, board members, Dr. Gullett. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you this morning. We wanted to come back and discuss the sworn status of the Safe Schools Department personnel. And as we go through this here, I just want to give a kind of a background in how the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act has really driven what we do and just about everything we do today within our school system. It starts, and these are just some of the mandates and laws. There's many more, and every year it seems like more and more are pushed on us, but we make sure that we review them and we stay in compliance in what we have to do within a district. So requirements for, one of the requirements is for a safe school officer at every public school. Just to let you know, we meet that mandate. We meet that mandate in all of our public as well as our charter schools by either having a guardian or a school resource officer at every school. The next item is the school safety assessments for each public school. You probably heard this referred to as the FSAT, which is the Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool. We are required to conduct or complete them every year. It's about that time where they'll send out the new 23-24 version. And what the FSAT is basically a breakdown, a risk assessment of every school in Marion County to include a district-wide assessment, risk security assessment that allows us to put in all of the security needs of each individual school. And every school is unique in its structure and how it's made up. So we get the opportunity to really get to know each and every one of our schools. Then we got the creation of the Coach Aaron Feist Guardian Program. You know, Coach Aaron Feist was one of those staff members that were killed in the massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and they created a guardian program after him that allows districts to hire guardians in addition to, as one of the options, and to make up the safe school officer requirement. Then we got Fortify Florida. It's the suspicious activity reporting tool. If you've been to our schools and you've seen this here poster that's got Fortify Florida all over it, we also have it on all of our electronic devices. That's our district owned, that's given out to our students. The Fortify Florida allows students and even parents, anyone, to initiate a tip, allowing us to see the tip to let us know of any type of potential dangers on any of our school campuses. And then we have the new requirements for mental health services and training. They just was before you. We work very well with our mental health and wellness department, and they are absolutely awesome. I mean, they mentioned that thing about the 80% training. I will tell you that 80% is probably, and they'll tell you, probably one of the highest in the state. They really got after it when the mandate came down. They did not put it on the back burner. They did not make excuses. Our department, Mental Health and Wellness Department, they hit the ground running, and they got most of them done. That 80% is very high across the state. And then we have appropriations for funding to address identified school safety needs. The state do provide us with funding for school hardening, the cameras, the door buzzers, but as usual, it's never enough. But we have to find creative ways to make sure that we're specific and we're pretty conscious about how we spend the money so that we're getting the best bang for the buck. There's a lot of stuff out there, a lot of toys and things out there that we get calls on every day. Somebody's trying to sell us, but we have to be strategic in what we do and how we spend our money to, like we say, just to get the best bang for the buck. But today we want to specifically talk about the first part of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, High School Safety Act, which is the school safety officers. Okay, and this comes straight out of the statute. A school district may commission one or more school safety officers for the protection and safety of school personnel, property, and students within the school district. So the state gives us 4 options. We have school resource officers, which we currently have in all of our schools. Then we have school safety officers, which I am that for the district. I'm the only school safety officer that we have. Then the other options are guardians, and then there's the fourth option that is school security officers, or security guards. But the district school superintendent may recommend, and the district school board may appoint one or more school safety officers. And now, I just want to make this clear that this is not about, in no way, shape, or form, removing our SROs out of our schools. That has nothing to do with this here. This is simply the 4 people that's in the Safe Schools Department who has the ability to be sworn and armed so that when they're on any of our school campuses, if something happens, they can respond. And right now, currently, they're not in that position. They're not able to do that. And as you can see, the things that's going on around our country at this point, all the violence, technically, if something happens on a school board campus or here in this building, they would have to follow the recommended procedures of the Alice Protocol, which would mean to run, flee, evacuate, or lock themselves behind a locked door. So these are some of the things that the sworn status will do for the staff. It supplements the school resource officers in the event of an active assailant. Safe school staff know the schools and staff better than responding patrol units. So if something happens, obviously we can go back to the Forest incident where a lot of people responded to Forest High School. But the safe school staff, knowing that school better than a patrol deputy who's never been to that school before, if one of these safe school staff respond, they're armed and able to help the SRO out, I believe there's going to be a better and increased ability to engage the bad guy if they know they get a call, say something has happened in the gym, something has happened in building 2 or building 3. Since they're on these campuses every day, they do the threat assessments, they know the SROs, they know the school staff, they will be better equipped to respond to the actual shooting than a patrol deputy who may not know anything about the school. It could be his or her first day, first couple of weeks within that zone, and now they got to respond to a school that they're unfamiliar with. They also can attend the board meetings, work sessions, etc., with the ability to protect themselves and others in the event of an active assailant. A couple of years ago, I want to say it was one of the counties up on the north end of the state, they actually had a board school room active assailant in there. These guys, men and women behind me, they're not able to respond and help if something goes on. We do have the Ocala Police Department here as a support force, as a special detail, but our folks are here essentially can do the same thing and protect not only themselves, but you as well as board members. As a last resort, they could cover schools when an SRO or guardian is unavailable. We've got roamers within the sheriff's office and Ocala Police Department. They really do a good job of making sure that if somebody is out for training, leave, or something like that, that they cover our schools. But on rare occasions, there may be those times where something happens and we have to respond and kind of fill that, I say that backlog of when they can make it or be on the campus for that specific moment. Receive and share sensitive information with federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. Right now, I'm the only one that information is given to, and if I take vacation or something is, I'm not available, then a lot of sensitive information can't be shared with us. They have to wait till I come back or wait for me to respond, but with them having that sworn status, they would also be able to receive and share this here critical information. As you all may be aware, we are now doing administrative search procedures where we're going on to the school campuses and randomly searching classrooms and parking lots. They just had a situation up at in a northern county where they were actually participating in a search, and the kid pulled out a gun and shot 2 employees. In this particular case, they had removed the ability out of those schools to have SROs on campus, but an armed person conducting these searches would have prevented that. When we do our administrative search procedures, law enforcement is there. We're doing everything within the procedure, but it's better if we have those staff members there that's armed and can protect themselves, and teachers as well. Then support schools and law enforcement after threats have been made to carry out violence on the school campus. Just about every day, seems like we get something or some kid or some type of email or text message or social media post that says there's going to be a school shooting, I'm going to shoot up this school. And the first thing I'm asked is, will your staff be there? Yes, they'll be there. But if something happens, what can they do? So we're sending them in a situation to be on these school campuses and asking them to support the school without the proper equipment to support them properly if something happened. And but they're going regardless, but it just puts them in a situation where if something happens, they're not able to protect themselves, the school, and foremost the students on the campuses. So today, our recommendations is for the board's approval to reinstate sworn status to the 3 current safe school members so they can help protect students, staff, and visitors. And one of them is, we just need the 3, but we do have 4, but he is an exception because he is one of the guardians. And then properly equip safe school staff members to respond and supplement school resource officers in the event of an active assailant. Again, I think that's critical when there's something going on campus, especially an outlying campus way out. If one of our folks are there or in the area can get there and help supplement that SRO in the event of a shooting or something, it's going to, time is valuable. And that's what it's all about, saving lives and getting the right people in there to stop the bad guy. Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Board, I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points that Mr. McFadden articulated quite well. The ability of the staff members we have in place already in our team to equip them with the tools and the resources that they need to protect themselves and others. They are in our schools every day, and I think it's appropriate that they are able to do that. And I also want to reiterate that we have no intention of recommending to the board that we are trying to remove school resource officers. In fact, we are very appreciative of their work and our partnership with our sheriff's office and our police departments to ensure that our schools are safe. And so I just want to reiterate that we appreciate all that they do. That is not the business we're in, but we do feel like it's important. I feel like it's important as your superintendent to ensure that we are doing everything we can to equip our staff to ensure that we have a safe working and learning environment for all. And I want to thank Mr. McFadden, who he alluded to this a little bit, but he's on the clock 24/7. We've had some very late night and early morning calls, and he is the only person that has some of the information. So it doesn't provide any backup to him if he is not available. And so for continuity of providing support to this district, I think it's only fair as well that someone else has the ability to get access to the information that I can tell you as a superintendent and I need, and I appreciate that Mr. McFadden is always available, but I also think that's important from an employment standpoint and a communication standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Board comments, questions?
I'll go first.
Dr. James.
I'm in full support of this plan as presented. I think it's beyond necessary, and I'm grateful that as a board we're getting this opportunity to make this happen. I echo your sentiments. I have no desire to create our own police department and do this ourselves. We need to get to the point where we're doing the education piece exceptionally well and filling all of our vacancies before we ever begin a conversation of taking over that role. So I think what we're doing right now is closing that gap and making sure that the very few staff members we have in this department are doing exactly what we need them to do and are properly supported. So you have my full support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Gullett, what are we hearing from the sheriff? What feedback are we getting regarding this proposal?
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. I reached out to the sheriff and I had a conversation about this proposal coming forward and shared my support and recommendation. And he did tell me that he understood and didn't have a concern with our intent and the recommendation going forward.
That's great to hear, because that makes me feel even more confident that we are going to continue to problem solve this life or death issue together. There's every good reason in my mind to do this. Minutes don't count anymore. It's seconds in terms of responding. Tragedies happen so fast, and the numbers climb. And I'm very grateful to our sheriff and to our chief and the municipalities for their partnership with us. It's truly a shared responsibility, and I salute anyone that is willing to step up in this way, including our guardians. And I really like the opportunity that this will give to cover schools. You know, the last thing we want to do is say, oh, well, we just didn't have enough people, you know. So I support it, and I'm grateful for the direction that we're going.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Additional comments? Mr. McFadden, I too am in full support of moving forward in this direction. Just for clarification's sake, we are speaking about the school security specialists currently. Can you confirm that or speak to the current individuals in those positions and their previous law enforcement backgrounds?
Yes, ma'am. We currently have actually 4 school security specialists, 3 of them former law enforcement, 1 came from the prison, which we still consider law enforcement. But between OPD, City of Ocala Police Department, and the Sheriff's Office, there's nearly 100 years of experience between those 4 people. And they currently all hold law enforcement certifications under the state purview. So by us hiring them as officers under this sworn status, then that certification will remain and continue to, it's like a teacher certification. If you're not hired by a school district or as a teacher, you at some point will lose it. And that's the thing here is they could lose it if they're not using it per se. But they have the experience, they have the knowledge, and the desire to take on this role to assist with the protection of our students, staff, and visitors.
Thank you for that explanation, because I think that's important also for the public to understand that the individuals we're talking about bringing to a sworn status have been sworn officers before. Yes. But this board also is aware of my constant harping on job descriptions. So the last time we approved the school safety specialist job description was in July of 2021. This board member, as a board member, would recommend working with Ms. Marion and her team to update the job description, because currently the experience says 5 years of experience in law enforcement preferred but not required. And I do believe if this board goes in the direction of making these sworn officers, we need to make that experience required, that they have to be former law enforcement in order to be a sworn school safety specialist, if that's the direction we're going. It seems as if we have that consensus, but again, speaking to job description, we don't want to have somebody all of a sudden become a school safety specialist that doesn't have that, while right now we just say it's preferred but not required. Somehow we need to work that requirement into place if we are going to give these folks that status. Dr. Gullett is leaning forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Leaning forward and smiling. Madam Chair, it's a great point, and I will give Mr. McFadden credit for this. He's the one that recognized the job descriptions would need to change, is already on that path. So if the board provides consensus to move forward here, he knows that and has identified some areas that would need to be updated.
Perfect. I think everybody's getting the idea of what my key sticking point is on job descriptions, making sure that they align with what the employees are doing and how they are supporting our students and helping every student succeed.
We appreciate that for sure.
Absolutely. Reverend Cummings, Ms. Conrad, anything?
Wow, thank you, Madam Chair. While I fully support this move, and the recommendations by Mr. McFadden and the superintendent on moving our safe school specialists to their sworn status. Oftentimes, y'all know I come from that family where I see certain things and I see how we can be more efficient in our district. I think this helps us to, this is just an add-on to what we already have as far as with our SROs and the guardians that we do have in place. I think it's just, it's another layer of safety that we're adding. I don't see this negating anything that our current law enforcement agencies are doing. I just see it as a plus. So, Mr. McFadden, you know you have my full support in this endeavor, and I'm looking forward to where we're gonna go with this.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad, anything?
I spoke with Mr. McFadden before we started, but he definitely has my full support. It's such a big task, the safety of our schools and our students and our staff. And I have a great appreciation for your team already. So I am happy, I will be happy when we move forward on this because I think it's an important piece of securing and having secure schools. So I appreciate the work that you do, and we're ready to help you move forward.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Is there any public comment on this issue? Seeing and hearing none, board, I believe from what I gather, we have consensus for Mr. McFadden to move forward with this. Terrific. Mr. McFadden, you have our consensus to move forward. We'll look forward to seeing this in an upcoming board meeting, as well as that job description per your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
That's a great question. When
Yes.
are we expecting to see this on the agenda?
I think we can do it rather quickly. The job description, I know, has already been discussed. Mr. McFadden,
The hiring process, since they're already in the system, there's some hiring process, state-specific guidelines on what they have to go through. So it's not something that's going to take too long, but I'll definitely get with Dr. Gellert. We'll discuss it with the team and my direct reports, and we'll make sure you have a real clear idea of when we can get started with it. But it shouldn't be long.
So not tomorrow?
Not tomorrow.
And we won't have it on the board meeting on Tuesday. We do have a little bit of time. Okay.
A little bit of time.
and I would add that specifically that is because of statute and some of the language required. Correct, Mr. McFadden?
Yes, ma'am, because of the statute and the requirements that they have to go through this hiring process that's required, that takes a little bit more longer time.
And Mr. McFadden, while you're talking about that hiring process or that statute requires, it does require some physical, some psychological, and all those types of things to be in place before we can move forward. Am I correct?
Yes, they have to take a physical. The psychological and the polygraph is not required by the state statute, but as a district or department, if you choose to do that, these folks here, they've been doing this for a while. They went through it with their previous agencies. So knowing their mentality, knowing their mindset, we don't have to do the psychological unless the board chooses to require it.
So hearing that, Mr. McFadden, perhaps the job description comes before us even sooner than we get through this process. So
yes,
we welcome that opportunity whenever you and Ms. Marion get together and bring that before us. So
yes, ma'am.
Sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, with that, I think our last item on the agenda is Attorney Powers' contract. So at this point, I guess that's sort of my purview, but also a bit of Attorney Powers as well. Board, as you know, we just recently approved another 3-year contract for Superintendent Dr. Gullett. It is also time for us to look at that same 3-year contract of Attorney Powers. He has an addendum to his contract, similarly to the way Dr. Gullett did as well. And we all received via email, I believe yesterday, a detail, and so last evening, if you haven't had a chance to review that, a brief synopsis of what each of those paragraphs are that his proposed addendums are. So do we want to take them page by page, line by line, or Attorney Powers, do you want to help guide us through the process?
Hopefully not line by line. But, I've given each of you a written copy of two documents, and that's the document that's behind is the School Board Attorney Employment Agreement. It was initially initiated during my initial hire, which was October of 2020. And then similarly to the superintendents, we've attached a first addendum, which looks at any proposed modifications for the board to consider. And those, many are simply clarification of the language that's in there that has no net effect on the contract one way or the other. And I've sent to you also detail on what each of them means and the reason why those are asking, or why each of those are being asked. So if I can pull that up for just a moment.
Last evening at 7:05, if that helps you.
Right. So, as to, if you look at the addendum page, as to page 2, there was, as to number 3, I was requesting that we insert a paragraph allowing for unpaid pro bono legal representation, so long as it's not in conflict with board responsibilities, for voluntary associations or charitable or religious purposes. In the past, we've done this in such a way that I simply notify the board chair, and I haven't taken on any new obligations, but I had some existing ones. This allows me, for example, and I gave 5 examples, or those are in fact the only ones that I also have any duties outside the district with. Some of those include professional organizations like the Marion County Bar Association or the American Inns of Court, which is a lawyer ethics organization. One is an old case that I still had from when I did private practice that is just waiting on federal in order for me to get to a hearing. And a couple of religious organizations that I do occasional just 10-minute advisement for, and a attorney ad litem case, 2 attorney ad litem cases, which I assist with without pay. And I've tried to estimate their, I spend a few hours a year on these things, and I certainly do it on my own time. But since Florida bar rules require that I be specific about the fact that if my contract says I can't do any outside legal work, of course the board has a right to a monopoly on my services. So I wouldn't want to run afoul of a Florida bar rule without the board's permission. So that section as to my agreement, or my edits for page 2, number 3, that's what that encompasses.
Okay, board, are there any comments on that? Vice Chair.
I'll just say very directly that being of service is a linchpin of this wonderful community in which we live. So I think it's wonderful that you're continuing to be involved in these things, and as long as it doesn't impinge on the time needed, with us, which I certainly haven't detected anything like that. So thank you for being that kind of attorney that does pro bono work.
And Attorney Powers, you know that I when you came on, we had that conversation initially, and I'm for community service. I wholeheartedly believe in community service, and as long as it's not conflicting, putting you in any conflicted way or the district in any conflicting way, I have no issue with that.
And of course, if it were, I would have a duty not only to the board, but also to the Florida Bar to report any such conflict and avoid it.
Sure. And I, as a board member, appreciate ethically that you understand this, adding this to your contract just helps show that differently than it did in the original contract. So I appreciate the insertion of it and the acknowledgement that it's needed for purposes of transparency. So if there's no other comment on that one, I think you have consensus on that particular item. Moving on, page 2, number 4.
Page 2, number 5 is what I showed next. Let me pull back up, make sure. Yep, page 2, number 4. This was the insertion of a paragraph that indicates school board attorney operates as general counsel to coordinate and oversee services rendered by outside counsels, in practice, this is already the way we do it. If I need to have an attorney that is assigned to a case, for example, as we recently did with our licensee agreements with the trailers on campus or other specific areas of expertise, then provided we follow the same process that we normally would with a, they have to be a registered vendor with the district, they have to have SunBiz information, and they have to have a contract for services that is within the specified amounts that the board allows for, and the board has to sign that agreement, or if under 50,000, the board chair and the superintendent have to sign off on that agreement. So that's the way we've been doing things where there is a need for outside counsel. When I refer to outside counsel, I'm sort of specifically excluding superintendent's counsel, because superintendent's counsel, Mr. Levitt, served the district for a long time, advises on labor law issues, employment issues, and also DOA hearings for employee discipline, things like that. Other than for the invoicing purposes, Mr. Levitt does his thing at the will of the superintendent, and certainly she has the absolute right to assign him additional tasks or control that, and I've formalized that in an email to HR as well in the past. So I don't really monitor or deal with that. But for outside counsel, we may need for specifically a detailed real estate purpose or some other niche area where we need outside counsel. Then the school board attorney finds, interviews, sets up the contract with, and gets outside counsel on board to deal with those cases. Now, lest you think I'm adding more into our expenses, actually a part of this also has allowed me to cut a number of outside counsel that were hired previously for cases that we can handle additional cases of the same kind in-house. For example, Office of Civil Rights complaints, Equal Opportunity Commission complaints. We've handled those in-house to great success and saved the district literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in doing so. And that's been something that I've handled, I've taken on, and that allows me the flexibility also to say that if there is a particular EEOC case or OCR case that I know would be cutting into my time more than the return on investment, so to speak, then I can retain one of our outside counsel attorneys to do so. This also applies to 3 good examples of our in-house attorneys that we have, our outside counsel attorneys we have right now, Ms. Protopapadakis, Ms. Green. We have several risk management folks who, for the most part, what they do is they come through me in order to have FaceTime with the board for meetings that they might need to have, and otherwise they invoice through our office and everything's fine with that. So again, everything here just makes it clear that that's what I'm doing so that there's no surprises as to how that's happened during my tenure, before my tenure for the past 2 previous school board attorneys and the previous interim school board attorney. So that's just to solidify and formalize.
Board comments on page 2, number 4. My only question, Attorney Powers, is certainly the line says that general counsel will assign and or oversee. So it's possible that within your purview that you would assign specific attorneys based on whatever it might be that we need, knowing what the specifications are and the specialties of said attorneys. But also if potentially a department or superintendent did choose a different attorney, then you would then move into that overseeing capacity, or how does that work?
Right. Well, in the case of the superintendent's attorney, for all purposes, Mr. Levitt and his firm handle those outside counsel things. I may, if the superintendent wished to alter that to another attorney, then I may assist in the assigning. But then as to the overseeing, that part at that point becomes between the superintendent and her counsel. However, in the case of, well, let's say our financial department may have need for a specific niche bond attorney or something like that on a particular issue, in which case I would, with their recommendation, initiate and assign, and then the oversight would not be as to functions of their work that I may not be fit to judge, would be looking as to what their billable hours were, the number of factors maintained, whether the work that was done for the superintendent's staff was, appropriately invoiced, things like that. So I wouldn't be in any way micromanaging, nor should I, the details of whether they made the right call on particular cases, just overall how they dealt with the impact to the district. So there are times when I would not supervise in the sense that I'm going to tell them how to do things. They are professionals, just like if you sought a specialist for something, I'm not necessarily going to your doctor is not necessarily going to second guess the specialist on that particular area.
Dr. James.
My question is, that sounds I appreciate what you're saying, but it sounds very muddy to me. Like when it sounds like it's all at your discretion when you do or do not oversee.
Well, no. I would say that with nearly all outside counsel, I oversee everything they do. I assign them a particular case. I decide whether they're not hired for a broad task overall. A case comes into our office. We had one recently that involves some land use issues, specifically with easements, and it also requires a fair amount of historical research on the easements that are in place. And there's an outside attorney who represents someone who is dealing with an easement that we have in place, and we have had a positive relationship with for a number of years. There is someone else who's using the easement, and it is causing a problem. So that attorney and my office could work together, but this is likely something that's going to require a considerable amount of attention and time. So on that particular case, I have a real estate attorney whom I have designated to handle that case and to report to me, and they include regular reports. In fact, I think the board also gets some of the reports, and I know the superintendent does, from risk management for the same thing. Right. Then in reviewing those reports, if there's anything that I direct literally every aspect of where they go from point A to point B, because many of those are decision tree things. Do I want you to pursue it further or do I not? However, in certain cases where, for example, superintendent's counsel, in that particular, or bond counsel has one particular set of tasks that they do, and they do according to a very rigid code and statute. The superintendent for labor negotiations is entitled to use her attorney, and so I don't interfere with how those happen. Now, I may advise the board as to what I think needs to happen for the board's purposes. I haven't run into that conflict yet, but it would be a conflict for me to directly supervise things, for example, about how they're engaging in their discipline procedures with employees, because with the board, I serve as your attorney when we're in a quasi-judicial capacity, when we're sitting for an employee disciplinary hearing, and so I have to act sort of as the judge in that case. That's the rare exception, but the fact that I'm bringing attention to it is the one that makes it appear like it might be a stump toe, because it's like I'm making a bigger deal of it because it's the exception. In nearly every case where we have assigned outside counsel, if outside counsel is not performing, if staff indicates to me they're not performing, if my view is that we're being perhaps overbilled, or that it's not an accurate and fair timeline that they're working on, they're not proceeding forward with the case, they seem afraid of litigation, any of those number of factors, I can reassign the case.
So I guess when you speak of the superintendent's counsel, are you talking about her personal representation during our contract negotiations?
No.
Or are you talking about counsel she hires or wants to hire to represent staff in staff cases?
No, specifically it's as to Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt he deals with our labor and employment law for union negotiations. So that's a different matter.
So my question is then, where in this section does it say that you don't go over Mr. Levitt? Because what I'm getting is that you're articulating that out loud, but I don't see that written in black and white.
Yeah, and to date, it's never been written one way or the other. So as not to cause any consternation, I'm making sure to make the statement aware right now that I'm not, although I supervise and direct outside counsel on matters where we have superintendent's counsel, for example, for union matters, there are certain limits to, I can't tell him, don't do this or do this with the union. I can let him know, and this has happened in the past, the board's concerns about a particular item.
So my concern is that page 2, number 4, if read at face value, looks to read, and I could be wrong, but looks to read as though you would have the authority over Mr. Levitt. As it reads.
Ultimately, as to Mr. Levitt, the superintendent has authority to choose different counsel if she should have the need to. If she were to have such a need, she would still need to approach me, and I would make recommendations as to other counsel. However, if there was a call that that Mr. Levitt made about a union negotiation contract that the board disagreed with, once again, that's between the superintendent and the board. And as attorneys, I can give my say on what I believe should have happened, and Mr. Levitt can as well.
So
I guess I think I understand what you're asking. I don't mean to interrupt, but when it comes to Mr. Levitt specifically, because he's the superintendent's attorney, I have to tread more lightly, and I would.
But that's not written here. And so what I'm looking to try, and maybe I'm not articulating this the right way, but what I believe is the flow is the superintendent is our employee, and we get to provide direction to the superintendent about her counsel. That is not of your purview, in my board member opinion. And so how this reads is that you are allowed to be the determiner for her counsel, but she is not your employee, nor does she report to you.
So let me ask a question.
Reverend Cummings.
I'm sorry, Dr. James, because it looked like the only thing I'm kind of seeing where you're going with that is where it says that first sentence, the general counsel will assign and oversee the services rendered by all outside counsels. So if we change that to all except the superintendent's attorney, would that fit?
I think that would be more appropriate. I'm just seeing kind of an overstep in power, because the superintendent is our employee, not your employee. So I just don't believe that while she could certainly come to you for counsel or guidance, she shouldn't have to come to you for counsel or guidance. If she brings someone to us and we have questions, we can come to you as our employee for counsel or guidance beyond whether she did or not. I just don't think that it's appropriate to make, I think on a tree, you guys are the same, right? Because it's us and then the two of you as our employees. So I don't think that it would be appropriate for her to come to you for approval. And sorry if I'm butchering this. I
think you're working out the kink.
So I understand the direction we're going, and I understand the question that's being asked. I guess I have a follow-up question. So first of all, in this paragraph as it reads, any outside counsel agreement has to be approved by the school board anyway, based on how this reads. Because it says rendered by such outside counsel in accordance with any school board approved outside counsel agreement. So based on the way this is written, regardless of who the attorney is, the school board's going to approve it anyway. So I think we have that clarification, I believe. My question is, of the cases that you referenced, land use, real estate attorney, bonding, finance, something, whatever, are those all rendered by outside counsels representing the school board, or are they representing the Marion County School District? And how many times is the outside counsel representing the district versus representing the board, or vice versa?
They may be either or both. If you look at page 1 of the original contract that I have in the school board attorney employment agreement, which I'm making an attempt to try to make more clear, is if you look at the bottom of page 1 on that original agreement, services rendered by the attorney, that's me. I am the school board attorney. However, I am also currently serving in a role as staff attorney also, which is part of the next request, that sometimes I have to sign in a signature block as, for example, truancy cases. I handle truancy cases. By statute, truancy cases are handled by, they are filed by Diane V. Gullett, the superintendent of schools. So I have to sign as attorney general counsel. Whereas in some cases, I am the school board attorney. And of course, the majority of my duties are as the school board attorney. When I'm doing contractual review, that's as the school board attorney. However, it also intersects and has a nexus with staff. But if you look at the bottom, services rendered by the attorney, that's me, shall include, and A is all about school board, then B is providing advice and counsel to superintendent of schools and designees and their authorized staff members concerning their official duties, including compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and policies relative to school district operations. And so a good portion of my time is spent with departments that may have questions about advice that they need legally on compliance, training also of staff. I do that every year. And those factors are all things in which I serve in this capacity where I represent the superintendent. And the only time that I don't represent the superintendent are in 2 large areas that she has other counsel for. That is with labor negotiations, and then also when we have disciplinary hearings for employees, specifically because that forms a conflict. At that time, you all sit as sort of a jury. I sit as a judge in those quasi-judicial proceedings, and the superintendent has her counsel, so I have to maintain neutrality, and that's by statute and administrative code. But in all other respects, when I go to meet with staff, with superintendent staff on a problem or a question, or give advice, or they have a quick question, can we do this, when Mr. McFadden wants to approach me regarding something, or another department, discipline department, or anyone else wants to approach me with how should we make this work in compliance with Florida statute, I'm the person they call. And so when I'm talking about Mr. Levitt's operations, I'm talking about those things that are specific and would otherwise be a conflict for me to get involved in. So I can't, it would be inappropriate for me to micromanage what Mr. Levitt does for those particular statutorily defined things. So right now, I serve, the board is my primary client. However, there are also instances in which the district, I serve as the attorney for those matters too. There's no conflict there, and that's fine, and it works out just well. But where there might be outside counsel that's needed, because, for example, the district has a question about compliance with some House bill. I handle that all the time, and I meet with the leaders of those particular departments and discuss, and we decide how we're going to proceed. And then the board is aware, the superintendent's aware that works out. However, it may be a very specific item where their needs for structuring a program outweigh the ability that I have from a time perspective or from an expertise perspective to deal with the particular issue they're working on. Hasn't happened yet, but it might. If that were to be the case, then I would locate, because I'm in a better position to know who would be able to handle such things, not just hire John Smith, attorney, out of the phone book, and I would retain somebody for that particular purpose and assign them that particular task, even though that was somebody that's advising essentially at the end of the superintendent's staff. And that's been the way that we've done it for quite some time, and I don't think anyone's had any complaint.
Okay, I think, are you wanting to continue in the question?
I guess I just want to summarize by saying, I think to Reverend Cummings' point, adding a subsect of rendered by all outside counsels except for superintendents or something like that, I think would be appropriate. I'm not sure that the flow of who's in charge of who makes sense to me. So.
And I appreciate that, and I know Vice Chair has a question here. I think looking in context though, so looking at this in context and seeing that the school board and/or the superintendent may, upon the recommendation of the attorney or at their own decision, retain special counsel to provide legal representation in matters or areas requiring particular expertise, or because the attorney may have a conflict of interest. Okay, so certainly it doesn't dictate that our attorney is choosing. It does say that the school board or the superintendent may, or at their own decision, retain special counsel. So first of all, we've clarified that. This doesn't say in section 6 that Attorney Powers is choosing every attorney, because the superintendent does have at her own decision the ability to retain special counsel. It lists 15 different areas where special counsel may be rendered. Because then in section A, it says the school board may otherwise instruct the attorney to remain generally informed. And then B, the following non-exclusive list. And so that, again, 15 different areas, and that's not non-exclusive. So then adding item C, and perhaps there is additional language or adjustment to the language. The way I read section C as an addition here in context of the rest of section 6 is to understand that general counsel will oversee the services in that the district and the board, our outside interests are maintained throughout the entire process. And for lack of a better term, I'm going to say legalese, and speaking legal speak to legal speak. And so whenever we have outside counsel, it is, in my opinion, as a board member, individual, not chair, individual board member, it is helpful for our school board attorney to at least be aware of outside counsel and what they're doing. Whether that term is oversee, I don't know that necessarily, but I do think that having attorney to attorney, understanding again legalese and what the dialogue is that needs to occur in any matters that are pertaining to legal issues with the district and or the board, I can see the justification for the additional statement. Now, whether or not we need to massage the language.
Well, let me be clear as to the question about about a concern of potential overstep, because I respect what the question was. What we're really looking at here is when I am serving the superintendent's questions and roles and her staff's questions and roles, for those purposes, we've never had a time conflict. I always take whatever time is needed to do that. But for that purpose, the superintendent via her staff is my client, and I serve her. So in that instance, you could say that the superintendent is in a position of authority over me for those purposes. Now, if that ran into, and that's fine, because that's, whenever you have a client, that's the case. If I were a family law attorney or just a general practice attorney, I could represent a wife and a husband on various matters for a number of things. The only time I have a conflict there is if there's something that is peculiar to some disagreement between the two of them, then I have to step back because I can't, they're both my client. And so the Florida Bar has rules as to conflict that both Mr. Levitt and myself know and respect, and we navigate that based on the rules of the Florida Bar, not based on some policy that might be set that is not really going to encompass quite the majority of the areas that we really are going to run into. So I don't think that there's any cases in which the superintendent is going to overstep authority in coming to me for something, nor situations, not even if you inserted different people into the roles, or different situations in which I'm going to assert, authority over how she does something on cases that I'm reviewing for her purposes. I think that works quite well, and any professional in my position would have to identify if there's a conflict and report it, and not pursue any further. And so I pointed out to you, and I didn't mean for it to I didn't mean to derail it into a different area, but the exception, because I want everyone to understand the exception, is as to those services where one of two things happens. Statutorily, it is the superintendent's attorney. Right now, the superintendent has outside counsel. In the future, she may have a staff attorney. For the purposes that we are working together as a board and superintendent staff, we would always collaborate. For certain purposes that may be conflict areas, I have to do my part. And that happened with me when I was a prosecutor in the very same office. I might be working with another attorney who is prosecuting a case against someone who I know. I couldn't prosecute that case, but it's in law, we call it the Chinese wall. We just don't talk about it. We set that aside. I have a potential conflict, you don't. You deal with that, I deal with this. That's sort of lawyer 101. And so the exceptions that I was pointing out specifically have to do with those things like the union negotiations with Mr. Levitt, or, for example, if at some point, because this has happened in the past, Mr. Cummings and Ms. Thurber would know about this, but it certainly didn't have anything to do with me or the superintendent. There have been times when the board's interests and a elected superintendent's interests were adverse to one another. And at that time, the superintendent has a right to seek outside counsel to make her statements sort of against the board. And the board has its right to retain outside counsel to make its sort of plans that might be adverse to the superintendent. That's not the kind of issues that we're talking about and dealing with anything here, because that would be any party involved there, whether that was for the superintendent's counsel or the board's counsel, would tell you that's so ridden with conflict that we're going to stay very clear of that. That's a nuclear zone. So,
and Madam Chair, in that scenario, prior superintendent did exercise that right to hire or have an attorney that was not board approved, or I could say board approved, that we had no oversight with. The only thing that we had oversight on was the amount.
Right, the invoicing and the billing and the statutory amounts.
That's all.
Right.
So I'm thinking is just, I guess it's a language change in this, in number 4, attorney powers, where it just says rendered by all outside counsel. I think you says if you add with the exception of the superintendent's attorney, I think we would be okay.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to put that within the contract as a particular person.
Okay.
But I will reach out to the superintendent and ask for the specific roles. I mean, I believe the specific roles are limited to, like union negotiations, right, and periodic advice as may be necessary. Certainly, she needs to be free to consult.
Correct.
Or those sorts of matters. And in fact, I believe that there was a time when we had an investigation within the district that
right.
I think the superintendent and I discussed it, and she was able to reach out to her attorney at the time, Mr. Levitt, to get some additional assistance with some issues that she was facing. So,
and at that time, I think we made the determination that you would get outside counsel.
Right. So,
Vice Chair Thrower.
What he said, and that'll help us get past the all. And we have to keep in mind that while the relationships are great right now, we want to make sure moving forward that we're not putting something in that we'll regret having not taken out.
right. And I'll tell you, though it might sound silly, my purpose for enshrining this in the contract had nothing to do with anything we just talked about. It has to do with so that if we were to happen to have either a subcontractor or a program administrator or a school official or anybody else out there that is not the superintendent and not myself, who thought it would be a good idea that they're just going to hire within their budget an attorney to give them advice on a particular area, right, that is problematic.
Right.
That needs to come through. I don't care if it comes through the superintendent or comes through myself, because we're going to talk about it anyway.
Right.
But I haven't seen it happen, but sometimes things get, and if it's something that's going to be less than $50,000, you may never know about it, or it may be paid for with a P card. And I would really, that could cause us some monumental problems. So that's really what I'm trying to make sure to avoid with making sure that this is in there, that supervision, the people who are most likely to know about that, the superintendent, myself, the 2 board employees who are answerable to the board, need to be the ones who are making those calls.
To that point, Attorney Powers, it makes me wonder if just enshrine in contract is the only place it needs to be enshrined. We might need to look at policy language on something like that as well, if we don't currently have policy, because we would need to hold employees accountable for making a decision like that, apart from what it says in your contract.
Right.
But that's for another day. Those are just my individual comments. Are we ready to move on from this particular section, understanding that?
And I think where I left it was I'll reach out to the superintendent to define a little bit further and it'll probably be a matter of adding a few words there.
Sure.
That incorporates the purpose that we're meaning Mr. Levitt's services are intended for.
Right. For labor relations or whatever.
Certainly, I don't think
But
I've
we're
ever
talking
interfered
about,
with
we're more so talking about position versus personality, because
Right.
you don't want to pencil in a name there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. For the purposes of what that.
Correct.
Absolutely. Okay, so we understand, and we do have a placeholder for our Tuesday evening board meeting for this to be approved. So board, whenever that comes, Attorney Powers, if you will certainly let us know whenever it's being uploaded. Of course, we'll get the board docs notification, but to let us know so we can, and I believe we've already placed it under discussion for Tuesday evening as well. So in the agenda, it's already there. If we need to discuss it once we see the final version of this.
Right, and my hope is that I can make whatever edits, because there was one other edit that I needed to make as well, and I'll inform the board. I informed the board in email, but I'll inform the board today also.
Moving on
I'll make sure that those are ready for.
So I think, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think the other insertions of the one about the FRS,
Yes, sir.
I don't have an issue with that one. I think that needs to be in compliance with anybody else across the district and across the state. I don't know how we missed it the first time, but I understand why we didn't miss it. It was a trial it was like the first contract, so I get it.
Right.
So
yeah, so that's going to be in section 9 under compensation and benefits to move him to the senior management services class.
That's appropriate.
We all in agreement on that?
Yes, that's appropriate.
Okay, moving on. The next section is section 10 under the termination. The termination for cause stays the same. Termination without cause, I believe, is the question.
Right, there were 2 items that I included there that were requests from the board, a request for the board. And one is all of our employees are entitled to, and the superintendent recently had it enshrined in her contract just to make really sure that it was there also, entitled to a DOA hearing in the event that there was ever a termination without cause. That's true already of teachers and administrators and everyone else. For whatever reason, and it may have also been a trial period reason, so I certainly didn't object, but within my contract, that specifically the DOA hearing is disallowed, and I think it's a due process thing that I believe in the event of a termination without cause, anyone should be entitled to a DOA hearing if it was a without cause determination, just to make sure. So that was the first part, and I'm going to insert that language for Tuesday if the board concurs and agrees.
I can agree with
I
that.
think that's appropriate.
Yep.
Okay. You have consent on that. Next section.
And the last one is the one that I've made my concerns known to the board on this and the reasons for the request. But this was as per many districts, including our former school board attorney, there is within their contract, as is true of most superintendents in the state as well, there is if there's without cause determination, that there is a severance package to allow that person to reestablish a practice or get back into the field. So without going too much in depth, it's just that that's only operable in the event of a without cause determination. Otherwise, it never costs the board a dime. And it does, in much like with superintendents, attorneys work for years to improve their practice and to make their practice run efficiently for maximum performance, as well as to work on a partnership that will allow that to happen. And of course, as a school board attorney, I don't have any need for anything like that. So if there were without cause determination that were to occur, then that would be something that would allow me to get to spin up a private practice and get it running again for at least part of the time.
My only question is, I remember when we had the prior superintendent, there was some limitations on how many weeks. Does this fall within those guidelines?
It does, and it's identical to what is the superintendent's contract here and in other districts, as well as districts including Brevard, Palm, Pinellas, and Polk. I didn't check with, many districts use outside counsel, so they don't have any need for any such thing. But that's...
I don't have an issue with this one.
It's comparable to the market.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's what we just did with Dr. Gullett's contract as well, so it's consistent. Okay, we have consensus on those items, so the only one that we'll be looking to have some adjustment to, we have noted here. So we will be looking for this contract to come before us on Tuesday evening in the discussion, and if so approved, then we'll move forward.
I will make the edits and upload today, provided I have an opportunity to get with the superintendent, and then I'll email each of you as well as update the placeholder on the board meeting.
Sounds good. Is there any public comment on Attorney Powers' contract? Seeing and hearing none, we are moving on to board comments. And we will start with the board clerk's office. Anything?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Attorney Powers, anything else?
Since I didn't get to say it earlier, I just wanted to take, first of all, I sent each of you an email regarding student representative for the board. Martin County, if you remember, has an actual policy on that. I sort of edited based on some discussion I'd heard from the board regarding a student representative for the board. It's all flexible, but selection criteria are something we need to think about, and we can start it as a resolution and with a policy if you choose to. So it's just something as a starting point for future discussion. If you want to look at that and determine is this a viable option, or does this reflect what you want, and if not, how do we tweak it? Because we can initiate that as early as beginning of next school year, next semester, next school year. So it's time for us to get moving on that if we choose to do that, so that all the ducks are in a row for that time. I was just thinking back to the fact that when I was initially hired in this district, I had just an overall, my response during the time of my interview even was very emotional for me to some degree, which is unusual. As an attorney, I try to avoid that portion. But I grew up in Marion County and was a product of the Marion County schools. And had it not been for some of the teachers that guided me, I'm sorry. I would not have had many of the opportunities that I have. And I appreciate what this district does for its students. And I'm remarkably humbled to work here. And I am very appreciative every day that I am able to contribute in some small way to ultimate student outcomes that I've seen benefit my own children and that I know benefited me greatly. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. We appreciate you.
Thank you. That really means a lot because the work isn't always easy. That's an understatement. And it's nice to have a team.
And I think that we don't tell that story enough. Having Mr. Buss before us earlier this morning, earlier, it feels like it's been here forever, this morning, saying he was a product of Marion County Public Schools, and now he's been, working with us for 17 years in a very different capacity. But having Attorney Powers being a product of Marion County Public Schools, and now sitting right here, having Reverend Cummings, having Ms. Conrad, like there are multiple folks within our, we don't tell that story enough. I know it used to be a long time ago, there was a billboard campaign that, I Am Marion was the big billboard campaign that we had, and perhaps we need to revisit that, just thinking out loud on that, throwing it out. But I love the idea of us telling that story more to show students, look, this is somebody you may see on a regular basis or somebody's face that you may know or even don't know. But we had judges and doctors and all kinds of folks that are right here in our community that are giving back that were born and raised and educated right here in Marion County Public Schools. And that's a story that is worth telling. So thank you, Attorney Powers, for sharing that with us. Dr. Gullett.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Reflecting upon today's topics, board, you gave incredible feedback to a wide range of topics that help our students. Budgeting, mental health, scheduling instructional time, transportation, safety of schools. And so I just want to thank you and reflect upon the thoughtfulness that you provide feedback to the team and recognition of the work that, what's being accomplished, but the work yet to be done, which we're very honest about. A lot of the challenges that we're faced with, but we are very committed to helping every student succeed. I just want to thank you all for your the due diligence that you provide in providing that feedback, and appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Dr. James.
Tremendous work today by the team, as always. I'm always grateful that we're able to have such constructive conversations and get a lot accomplished. One of the updates I have for Mr. Chris, we are working with TLC and got his CUME folder sent over and have some preliminary applications to begin completing to help apply for some supplemental resources through the government. Mm-hmm. One of the pieces, and actually this was a piece I forgot to mention in my board briefing, Dr. Gullett, one of the things education systems have evolved over the years. And so what was in a CUME folder 30, 40 years ago is not what's in a CUME folder today. And so one of the pieces that is missing from Mr. Chris's CUME folder is specifically a psychological evaluation with an IQ indicated. Mm-hmm. And so we are going to need to navigate if we want to continue to help facilitate this transition. Potentially looking at what resources in our psychological department we have to lend to provide a updated psychological evaluation so that we can have a accurate documentation to then be able to get appropriate services for this individual. Mr. Ayers gave us the CUME folder as it exists, and that piece is missing. So I can't speak to what determined IEP services back in the 80s, but it's different now, and that piece is missing. So we do need to, and that can be a conversation Dr. Gullett and I have privately, but just so the board is aware, we need to have a conversation about what that looks like and what potential services we could do pro bono to meet this need for this member of our community so that we can continue to try and facilitate helping him find future resources. So that is where we are with that. We have great staff supporting completion of applications. His volunteer application was approved, so he is a volunteer at Fesden Elementary now, working to help support the school in some day custodial capacities, helping with cleaning up and beautification and that kind of thing. So all good things are happening. We just need to continue to figure out how we can close the gap and meet the needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James, for taking the lead on that. I know that is a strong undertaking, and I'm just grateful that you're working on that. understanding also with working with adults with disabilities that I worked with for quite some time, having an IQ of 70 or below does afford additional opportunities. And if the IQ is higher than that, even just 1 or 2 points, that does shift some resources that potentially would be available. So having that will be imperative to know what steps we need to take to move forward. And honestly, it's a conversation I actually just had recently, and I'm sorry to interject right here, but there's an individual in a retirement community where my in-laws live that my question to them was, who is this person? Okay. And what is the parent's plan? What's the parent's plan whenever that parent is no longer there? And so please, folks in our community, if you have adults with developmental and intellectual disabilities, please work towards having a plan for what that looks like for your family, should the family support no longer be in existence. Moving on to board comments. Reverend Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. That is a very sensitive subject, you guys know, for me, as I have a developmentally delayed son. And that is, I can tell you every day, that is one of the things that I and my family talk about, and is a plan of action when we're no longer here, and what happens to that individual and my family, my child. I have a different type of compassion for situations of such, and so because I live it up front. Today we had a very productive work session, and I was so thrilled about where we are with the funding projections for our insurance plan. I know Ms. Thor and I were on the board a few years ago when this all came up about us doing self-funding, and people sometimes have no clue about what we really do, but this all came up with a conversation at a FSBA conference, and we went down to Pasco County, who had this actually in place, and saw what was happening. We took a team and we went down there, and we came back, the other board members and I came back, and we saw how feasible it would be for Marion County, and if it would be beneficial to our staff. Not to us, but if it would be beneficial to our staff and our district as a whole. Here we are, roughly, I would say 3 years later. We're seeing the dividends and the investment, the return on investment for us making that decision. It was the right decision at that time. It continues to be the right decision. And I feel that we're going to go even higher and higher and higher with those things, with the projections that we saw today. The moving to the mental health plan, thank you, ladies, for the wonderful presentation on that mental health plan. Recently, I have been bombarded with conversations about the Baker Act piece of our mental health, because, and I'm sure you guys are probably getting some of those as well. A lot of times people don't understand the processes of what happens when a student is Baker Acted, or if a person is Baker Acted. And briefly, I want to kind of go through that. Because I want the parents to understand, and I want the community to completely understand that we believe as a district that we have to have a safe environment for our students, for our staff, for even the visitors on our campus. It has to be safe. If at any point a person makes a statement or a gesture where they could hurt themselves or hurt or harm someone else, we have an obligation to act. We have an obligation to act. If it was my child, I would want someone to act and not just brush it off and kick the can down the road, because it can save lives. It has saved lives. So parents, certain things, if it's been said, done, written, gestures have been made, is beyond our control, and we have to act and report those issues to the appropriate personnel, whether it be law enforcement, whether it be a threat assessment being done, whatever it is. And then from there, law enforcement makes a determination on whether or not that person will be Baker acted or not. It's never our intent, it never will be our intent, I believe, as a board, as a district, as schools, to use Baker Acts to deal with people, just to deal with people in a way that sometimes people think that it's a way of just getting rid of folk. That's not what it's about. A Baker Act is to help someone that's in a crisis situation. It's a person that is going through something at that moment, and we want to get them back to the point where they can make rational decisions and good decisions. So I don't want the families, the parents, to think that it's out of anything other than our concern for the safety of the students, the safety of our staff, or the safety of our schools when those types of things happen. I got belittled, I got berated, I got called everything but a child of God the other day because I said that we believe in being safe. And yes, parents, you may have some things that you're working on with your child outside of the school, but if we don't know those things, we have to do what we have to do, because we cannot chance a kid or anyone hurting themselves or doing harm to someone else. So I was grateful that that came up in our mental health comprehensive plan. We're going to do what's best for kids to succeed as a district, and we've been doing that, and I continue to support any endeavor, our staff, I continue to support our teachers, our principals, when they have to make those tough decisions. Nobody wants to see their kid in Baker acted or in a police car or whatever, or going to the centers. But if it's going to keep my kid alive, I'd rather see them alive than to have hurt someone else or to hurt themselves. So we have to continue to do that. Again, I'm grateful for the district looking proactively rather than reactively in the school start times, and I'm also happy about where we are as far as looking at the sworn status of our Safe Schools Department. I think it's overdue, but the time is now, and we can move now on that and make those things done. Attorney Powers, you know how I feel about you. I'm glad we're moving forward, and looking forward to our school board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Cummings, Dr. Gullett is leaning forward, so I'm going
I know, I'm sorry. And typically, Madam Chair, thank you. I typically don't interrupt, as you know, board comments, but if I may make a comment to something that Board Member Cummings said that I think is really important about the Baker Act. I think it's often misunderstood as a disciplinary strategy. Wish I'd thought about that earlier. I would have said that earlier, but I just felt like that was important to recognize. It is not a disciplinary strategy. It has to do with potentially saving lives. So I think that is the piece that gets misunderstood. That is not part of our disciplinary process, procedure, or strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. That's the word I couldn't come up with at that time.
Earlier,
But yes, that's it.
Thank you, both of you, for clarifying that. It certainly is not an option that we want to take lightly, and law enforcement doesn't take it lightly. That's why they are the ones that are having the authority to do such a thing. So, Ms. Conrad.
Yes. Just briefly reiterating what all other board members have said, I'm continually grateful for the information and the wealth of knowledge, the preparation and the delivery that our teams bring to us each time we meet, and the work that they do. So I just want to say again, I'm thankful for that. I also had the pleasure of attending the Children's First Gala last week with the Marion County Children's Alliance, and they do a lot of great work for our students, and especially in the area of students with need. And so I was very excited because when I went, I didn't know who was winning the award, but Cut Different received one of the awards, and it was just really exciting because he is a part of our Marion County team right now. So anyway, I just want to give a shout out to the Children's Alliance and for Cut Different and the work that they are doing. It's also how I was connected with the Pearl Project. You heard me asking some questions about trauma today, and it's guiding some of those questions that I have about our students and how we can help them deal with trauma. So that was just a great experience. Another great experience this last week was for Kevin and his team for the Media Festival. For many, many years, I was on the other side producing videos with my students. And there was a little chit-chat before the meeting started today, and Dr. James was sharing the experience her daughter had on Friday night. And I just am so thankful that our teams here in Marion County find ways to celebrate children in many different ways. It's easy, it comes naturally to celebrate their academics, to celebrate their athletics. But Friday night, we got to have a formal awards presentation for media productions. And it was just phenomenal. I just can't say enough, Kevin, so thank you. I know it is so much work, but the auditorium was full. We had board members that presented. We had our district staff presented and gave out awards, and every child got to walk across the stage and be recognized, and it really was a phenomenal evening. So I just can't say enough, and thank you for the work that you do. Lastly, I just met with the Friends of Veteran Park again yesterday, and they are really excited about some partnerships in education and supporting Marion County Public Schools. And so I wanted to share that Shady Hill will be performing Saturday. And so I believe that's at 12 o'clock, but they're going to perform. They weren't able to perform for the Veterans Program. I believe we got rained out, if I remember. There was bad weather, inclement weather. And so they're going to perform on Saturday if you're available. I hope you're able to go to the Veterans Park and cheer them on. But I also want to share that they're very open to having our students come and perform when they have activities. And so we have a lot of choral groups that have missed due to COVID and hurricanes, a lot of their opportunities to perform and present to an audience. So I just share that's out there for our school leaders. If you're looking for a place for your children or students to perform, they are ready and willing. So with that, that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and that's awesome, Board Member Conrad. It makes me think about the Fort McCoy Veterans Home and how much they enjoy having people come and perform for them, and what a two-way street, that is for our students to have that opportunity. And hearing about all kinds of field trips being reestablished and new ones, and that's that makes coming to school exciting for kids and giving things to look forward to, and helps us compete a little bit with all of the other things that are vying for kids' attention these days. So yes, I feel like we're really starting to gel and getting on a great trend. We're doing our best to help everyone achieve, and that's what we're here for. And Dr. James, personally, I can't thank you enough for what you're doing for Mr. Chris. The big thing for me has always been, no matter who you are, you have potential, and so thank you for providing the support. We all need support of some kind at some point, and the support that you are spearheading is going to help him live up to his and improve his life. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So not to rehash all the things that my fellow board members have said, so I'm just going to give nods to all the great things that we accomplished today, but I do have just a couple of quick things. I wanted to go back over the superintendent's evaluation timeline. We did have an evaluation tool that was approved via consensus on April 12th, and the full board received that evaluation tool in draft form. Then it is in our board meeting next week to be ratified upon approval of the board. We do have superintendent board briefings the week of May 1st, and then we also have them again May 15th, which is when board members will review final evaluations with the superintendent during those briefings. Then those board individual evaluations are to be sent to Attorney Powers and Ms. Morant by May 19th. And board approval, we will have a slate in the May 23rd board meeting for us to give final board approval to the superintendent evaluations, and there will be 5 separate evaluations that will all be uploaded there. So that's why we are sending them to Attorney Powers by May 19th, and then they will be ready for that board meeting on the 23rd. Also, as a reminder, board, I will not be present for the May 4th work session coming up, so I will be getting my hood and all the fun things that comes with that. I also,
Living up to your potential.
thank you. I also wanted to make you aware, since we are discussing Attorney Powers' contract, upon approval of that, his contract does not speak to his evaluation, so that will be up next. As board chair, I'm getting all these fun things to do, the contract renewals and the, but thus it is. So whoever is at board chair 3 years from now gets all this again. But the attorney evaluations will be up next, and so let's get through, since his contract does not speak to the timeline on that. Once we get through Superintendent Gullett's evaluations, then we'll be working on Attorney Powers over the summer. I also wanted to make note, since Ms. Conrad mentioned something she was a part of this past week, I had the opportunity on Monday to be with Bellevue Middle School civics students all day long. I had, I think, all 6 periods. I had either 3 or 4 classes of civics students, talking to them about the political process, how to run for office, what a school board member does, like all the things. The numbers of questions they had were actually phenomenal. I got a bank of questions that came from those students, so I kind of knew what they were going to ask, but then there were all kinds of questions coming from them that I wasn't entirely prepared for, but nevertheless, it was a great time. One of the questions they asked was what schools I represent. And so I actually told him I was going to bring this up today because I had the opportunity also last week to be in Pinellas County with board member Carol Cook in Pinellas County. You all know Carol from her work with FSBA as well. And I noticed that in Pinellas, granted, Pinellas is larger than, they have 7 board members all, but we had a little bit of conversation about the schools that they represent. And she said, we represent all schools. We represent all students. And they don't even have listed on their website, on their web pages at all, what schools they represent. And Reverend Cummings and Ms. Thrower know that when I first became a board member, I started asking questions about the schools we represent because it seemed a bit off on the numbers of schools that we had listed on the website and so forth. And even since the census in 2020, when we've changed our live-in districts, the schools that I have on, at least in District 1, that says that I represent, actually are not reflective of the ones that are actually in District 1 any longer. District 2 also, because some of what District 2 was is now District 1. So I wanted to just have the conversation, and maybe we don't need to have it extensively today, but perhaps rather than making all those adjustments and saying, okay, well now this isn't my school and now this is my school, that we just we represent all schools. And while our live-in districts still have to be our live-in districts, that's all that it is. District 1 is where we have to live, and District 2 is where you have to live, and so forth. But we just remove the actual schools, quote unquote, that we each represent, because Reverend Cummings has said this multiple times. They're all our schools. They're all our students. And that's what I actually told the students at Bellevue Middle. I said, if a parent called me today, one of your parents called me, though I'm not listed, I think it's Ms. Conrad's actually listed as that. But if a parent called me from Bellevue Middle School, I would try to address their needs just like any one of us would regardless of the school. So that would be my recommendation. I don't know if it takes us to have consensus or conversation, but I welcome the dialogue if you guys have additional thoughts on that. Reverend Cummings.
Chair Campbell, thank you. I've always said, even when I campaigned, after I got on the board, that we represent all schools. Yes, there's some schools that's listed on the website as our schools. However, I tell folk all the time, and I think it just needs to be the mindset of the board that we represent all schools. As courtesy, I will, if there's a school in your area that is listed, of course I'm going to pull you in and say, hey, this is what's going on at one of the schools. But I think it's more of just a mindset that we change that mindset. I don't think it's anything officially we have to do, because I'm going to go from Dunellen to East Marion representing all the schools. And I think we have to change the mindset with our staff, because they'll tend to think that we only have to come to the schools that are listed on the thing for our district. I tell staff, I don't care where you are. if you need to reach out to me, reach out to me. And that's, and the parents the same way. So I think it's more of a mindset than anything. Most of us, when we went to FSBA the first time, we came to understand that we represent all schools and not just certain schools in our district. So it's a mindset thing for people.
Vice Chair.
Yes, and I agree. We all are committed to serving, in the best way that we can. I think it can be a source of comfort. Well, first of all, for accuracy, I think it's important to update the website with the schools that are in our district. Whatever district you're in, these are the schools that are there. People will refer to that, and it gives them a sense of comfort saying, oh, this is my board member. Does it stop them from calling another board member because they have a previous, friendship or whatever? They just know them or feel more comfortable with them for whatever reason? Absolutely not. But if we're going to have it on the website, it needs to be accurate. And then perhaps a statement could be made that these are the schools in each board member's district. And I think there's some efficiency there in the size of our district to be focused somewhat on the schools that are in your district, but also a statement that just says, we're here to serve all. So something along those lines. But yes, for accuracy, the schools that are in our district should match our names. Maybe we could start with that.
Dr. James.
I definitely agree. I think we should at least adjust it so that the appropriate schools for our live-in districts are listed. When I go to schools, I always say, I know that so-and-so is your person, but I'm everyone's person. That's how I see this job. And I think people build relationships with people differently. So some leaders have existing relationships or build new relationships with other individuals of us, and ultimately we're here to serve everyone. So if there are people in my district who have outstanding and long-standing relationships with someone else, I certainly want them to be able to reach out to them, and I'm here to support in any way I can. Something that this is tied to is high school graduation. And we've done this differently depending on administration. So in previous administrations, high school graduations were all at individual times so that there was no overlap and everyone could go to every one. I only have one high school in my district, and I've asked the question and I haven't gotten quite a straight answer, but I would certainly, if appropriate, enjoy the opportunity to attend more than one graduation. And Dr. Gullett, maybe you can just take note of, I have asked directly if I can, if appropriate, and have not gotten a straight answer. And I certainly don't want to be inappropriate and overstep, but I would proudly attend 6 because I can't attend the 2 that are at the same time, but I have it on my calendar to attend every single high school graduation. And I don't just want to go to North Marion's because North Marion is 7 minutes from my house. I want to go to every high school graduation because I believe I represent the whole district. And so I don't necessarily know that this was the right time to bring this up, but since we're here, I think most of us are aligned that we would very much appreciate the opportunity to attend more than just the graduations in our quote-unquote district.
Thank you for bringing that up, Dr. James. Dr. Gullett and I have already spoken with that briefly. I'm going to let her weigh in, but I wanted to say I noticed last year as board chair, Reverend Cummings attended all the ones that he certainly could. And so I had already expressed to Mr. Frazier as board chair, certainly I can't attend Westport and Bellevue because they are at the exact same time. But I also agree, and I welcome Dr. Gullett's feedback on this.
Before she says that,
oh, sorry.
But even before I was chair,
okay,
I went to every one that I could go to.
Okay.
So I asked that same question this year when I got the schedule. I was like, hey, are y'all sure this is right? Because we've never had 2 graduations at the same time because we were able to make all, I was able to make all.
Bellevue's is not when it normally is.
Exactly.
So Bellevue's is normally the weekend of Memorial Day.
Right.
And I only know that because when I was there, I was like, why in the world would y'all do this? But then they have reasons why they did that. Right. So I that we can talk about that another time because that's already done. But right. I want to be able, I just want, and maybe Dr. Gullett can give that to us now, but I've asked very directly, can I? And I have not gotten an answer from staff. And I would like to be able to get that opportunity.
You know, and I have to weigh in on this because there was a time where there was fear that there was not going to be representation of any board member. So now we have the wonderful opportunity, because we have a lot of board members that are gung-ho to go to all of them, and that's great. And I remember seeing an email that said, just, do you plan on attending this graduation? We want to make sure that there's at least one board member at every graduation. I don't think we have that as a problem with this board.
No. Dr. Gullett, I know,
Right?
we all just kept talking about it.
No, it's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, well, everyone's correct, right? And I asked the same questions, and many of you know about what's been the protocol. And to your point, Vice Chair Thrower, apparently in the past, there was some communication to ensure that someone was there. And so that sort of evolved. And so in talking with Mr. Frazier and saying, ask the principals, what are the needs? And they just said, we just need to know who's coming. So I thought that an email went out to ask the board members, if you plan to attend, let us know. And if it didn't, I'll make sure to follow back up with Mr. Frazier. He had indicated that email was, I don't want to call him out, was going out to say, just let me know if you plan to attend these, so that the schools can prepare for the number of seats on stage. And it was go ahead.
I forwarded you the email, because the email
Okay.
gave us the list of all of them, but it also assigned a board member to a graduation.
Exactly.
But there wasn't a follow-up to say if you plan to attend? Okay, so I'll make sure that you get that, because that was the intention that I heard, was just the principals just need to know for planning purposes, whether there's one board member or all five makes a difference in how they set up the stage and who else can be on. As you know, some of those stages, especially during COVID, were tight, but has an impact on who else could be on there. So that is the intention. So I'll just tell you that is the intention, and if it didn't go out, we'll just clarify that right now.
Just if I may, I'm new to this dealio, so I just don't want to do things the inappropriate way. So for me, it was about when I got assigned to one, I'm like, well, if it's appropriate, I want to go to more, but I don't also want to overstep what my line and boundary is. And I'm still trying to figure out where that line is some days. So that's really just where I was coming from, is I don't want to encroach if I'm not supposed to, but I certainly, and then it was like, well, do you want to be on the stage, or do you just want to attend as a person? And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I think that a board member would probably be on the stage. And so I'm just trying to navigate it gently and fall in where I'm supposed to be. But I think I would like to be there and support the students.
We also have the COVID, coming off a COVID thing, because then they were counting, who was going to be there and where they were all going to sit and spreading everybody out. So we're all just like in recovery.
And I want to say, I've done the whole board thing, Dr. James, is I reached out because I was like, oh, I only have one. And so, if it's a strain for another board member, I would be happy to fill in. And so I've actually reached out for that conversation a couple of times. I didn't get an exact answer either, but space was an issue. It was shared with me, but I have a lot of students that are graduating this year that I taught, and so I would be excited to be part of the process and celebrate all of our students. So just so the district knows, because I too, as a new board member, you're like, oh, well, I don't really know what the protocol is, and I don't want to be in the way, but if it's possible, I think we all agree we would like to be at as many as possible.
And to add to that, that's, some people ask me, why you go to all of them? Well, I pastor in Dunellen, I pastor in Ocala, I have students all over the county. So why wouldn't I go to all of them? And if I pastor them and they're saying my pastor's on the school board, they're expecting to see me at their graduation. So I think it does good for the community to see their board members, all of their board members when they can. Of course, we can't all make it, but I think it's a good show when we all are there. Prior to COVID, I think we had a couple where all of us were at the graduations prior to COVID. COVID came and changed. I know Nancy and I always did Hillcrest. I haven't been able to go to Hillcrest the last few years because of COVID, but I understand Nancy's relationship with Hillcrest. So we have to work it out. I think if we get an email saying which ones you guys are you going to go to and let us fill it in, I think we'll be okay.
Okay, terrific. Going back to the original conversation that started this, though, it sounded as if we were at least in agreement that the schools on our web pages need to be adjusted, because I know that the most significant impact will actually be between District 1 and District 2. there will be additional impact beyond that. I'm not certain that District 5 has any changes at all, but District 1, I did used to represent my live-in district prior to 2020 census and prior to our vote in December of 2021. I did used to have Silver Spring Shores as a part of my district, and it is no longer a part of the live-in district of District 1. And so that actually even impacts the high schools that we represent because of how it has shifted. And I think there is a little bit of adjustment actually between 3 and 4 as well. Some of your district grew some, and again, all that's population related. And so if we have consensus to leave schools on our web pages that we will represent, then if we can just get them to be reflective, and maybe that's going to be Dr. Gullett and her team, Mr. Ayers, whomever, to bring back to us what that new list looks like, and we can say that for next school year, like we don't need to upset the apple cart right now, but for next school year and the summer, we can make those adjustments so that we know what those changes will be and everybody will know, and at least these are our live-in districts for the next 10 years because we won't make a change for 10 years with the census. So the only other thing that I had was just to follow up on what Attorney Powers said about the student representative. He and I worked on that, and I do welcome your feedback. I don't know if now is the appropriate time to talk through that a bit, but just to give you a little bit of clarification on that email and actually to read for the public what it says, just to get us at least in a standpoint to start. We did have consensus for Attorney Powers and I to work on at least some language about having a student representative on the board. And this does say 1 student per semester shall serve as the district-wide student representative to the school board. Prospective student representative candidates shall make application to their high school principal in the semester prior to their desired appointment and within the deadline established by the principal for that purpose. The student representative candidate will be selected by the principal of each district high school for service to commence during his or her junior or senior year. To maximize district-wide representation, service will alternate each semester, excluding summer school semesters, among the 7 high schools in alphabetical order by school name. The school board appointment of the school representative will be made prior to the commencement of service. The representative will be invited to attend all public school board meetings. The selected student will serve as an advisory non-voting capacity to the school board. In serving as a representative, the student is to appropriately seek input and disseminate information to ensure maximum advisory status to the school board. So in further clarifying, we did borrow some of that language from Martin County. Martin County only has 3 high schools. So with only 3 rotating every 3 years, you get representation every 3 years. So then we talked about having 7. Personally, as an individual board member, I believe actually having a student serve for a semester is much less of a time commitment for them, but still gives them the benefit of serving us and serving their students and students of the district. If we wanted to go on a year basis, you would have a high school that didn't have a representative for 8 solid years. And I think that, that's, or every 8 years. And so that I personally don't think that is representative. I also personally believe that having the selection fall on the high school principal actually takes a little bit of that away from us, which is good. In Martin County, they have it reliant on their student government association and the school themselves actually select. And I don't know that all of our high schools have really strong student government election processes. So I didn't know if we wanted to put it actually on the student body of the school. However, certainly this is open for discussion and how we want to adjust it. But I would like to see the representation actually come from the school rather than making application to the board or even application to the superintendent. But if we did fall on this schedule, then we would need to move quickly. As Attorney Powers said, that we could get something in resolution that would go ahead and get an application or something started, and then say we could have even a schedule that would come out saying for fall 2023, it would be Bellevue. For spring 2024, it would be Dunellen. And then the next year, fall 2024 would be, I guess, Forest. And so we would move in alphabetical order that way, knowing that as soon as we get on that rotation, that the next, the year that it would be Westport would also be the year it would be Bellevue. So we would hop back on that alphabetical. So that way it also takes out the districts because some of our districts have 2 high schools, and so how would you go, if we went in district order, then how do you pick which high school? So I thought alphabetical order, and then certainly in 4 years from now, 3 years, if we have a high school that's named something else, then it just falls in the alphabetical order in line whenever that potentially occurs. So that's all on student representation. I don't know if we want to have that conversation now, or if we want to bring this up at another work session, but just understanding, we did say we want to at least see something come before the board, so.
I do have.
Reverend Cummings. Yes, sir.
Just a question. Why, we are a large district. I think I consider us to be a large district with several high schools, and that turnaround before you would have a student representative on the board, why can't it be like every 9 weeks versus every semester? That way you get through more kids, get through more schools. The purpose of this is to give them the experience, or to give them the opportunity to sit. And I think 3 years is a long time to go through all the schools. I'm just thinking outside the box a little bit.
And I can also speak to that. One of the considerations that I was looking at too when we did this was the fact that within a 9-week period, we only have 4 board meetings because there's 2 per month. So it would be a pretty quick turnaround process. So I'm not, that's for the board to decide whether they think that would give that student representative the maximum, ability to have some observation and effect also. But otherwise, it would give each student representative about 8 weeks.
8 meetings.
8 meetings.
I'm sorry, 8 meetings. I don't know how in other counties when they've done this and they have 1 representative for an entire year, though. That seems that it is a lot.
Because
it's a lot of responsibility for that student to be making those things for a consistent amount of time.
And my intent with that question is for exposure of the kids, getting them many kids to get this exposure versus, a kid may not get, he's in the 9th grade now, he may, he's thinking, I would love to be able to do this, but it's going to be 3 years before they get there. We can have a faster turnover. That's why I'm thinking the 9 weeks question. But I get it.
I'm with you 100%. That was the first thing that floated through my mind was this should be every 9 weeks because we have a fairly large school system and kids are busy too. And let's face it, what's more important than giving kids exposure to public service and the whole, what it takes to be on a school board, and it's important. We're all about apprenticeships and everything here,
No, I appreciate that. That's also part of the reason why when Attorney Powers and I were talking about it, originally I was thinking it was going to only be rising seniors. And then we talked about it. Some of these students in their senior year have so many other commitments. We don't want to, or dual enrollment students aren't even really needing to attend high school at the, so we have some of that. So that's why we put in there the junior or senior year. But I certainly would be fine with moving it to, 1 student per quarter would serve as the district-wide. And then are you still comfortable with the alphabetical rotation though then? So next year it would be Bellevue, Dunellen, Forest, and Lake Weir, I think, if I'm doing that right. And then the next year it would be North Marion, Vanguard, Westport, Bellevue, and then we'd get back on the.
Yeah, that would allow maximum school representation as well as student representation.
Mm-hmm.
So that there was never a time where we're waiting 1.5 years or 2 years to get the same, more than 2 years to get the same people back.
Right. Yes, Vice Chair.
And with that, do we really want to limit it to, the older students? We have 9th and 10th graders where it could change the trajectory of what they want to do with their life. We have plenty of kids that are younger that would be able to represent just fine, and I know it would take some accommodations and some creative thinking, but Hillcrest is a high school.
Yeah.
And they vote, they do all kinds of things there.
Okay, well then we can work them into the alphabetic rotation if we need to. So that would be Bellevue, where was I on that? Bellevue, Dunellen, Forest, and Hillcrest next year then would be our list. And so that wouldn't, we would just say high school students instead of saying juniors or seniors.
Yeah.
Okay?
And ultimately, it comes down within the criteria that you were discussing to the principal's discretion as well. So, you know, I think your principals aren't gonna point somebody here that they don't believe is, you know, likely to be gaining maximum benefit from it.
Right.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Gullett, I know you haven't had an opportunity to weigh in, but we would be putting this responsibility on your principals. I have some ideas on the application process. I mean, I was thinking about that perhaps they would need to write something about, you know, why they feel they would be a good representative, and also why they believe in the process of the school board and what the role of the school board is, and then to have letters of recommendation from a teacher and a community member as well or something. But that, if we put it on the principals, then it will be up to your team to determine what that actual application process looks like. How do you feel about that?
Thank you. I think having the students articulate their request and reason for wanting to serve in that role would be very valuable. As you may recall, I have a student advisory group, and I get recommendations for those seniors and sometimes juniors that sit on a group that help to advise me, and I ask them a lot of questions, great feedback. So this is another different layer of their involvement and voice in the process. So, but I think that their ability to be able to articulate why they think that they would want to serve would be very beneficial in the process. So it's not too much on the principal's plate, I don't think, more on the students, put it out there for the students to apply. We'd be happy to support that.
So do you think with that, if we were able to potentially get a resolution together quickly, that we could, and then certainly knowing that if we're comfortable with it, then it would eventually have to go through rulemaking and become a part of policy. But would we be comfortable with trying to enact this for next school year and having that's a lot falling on the principals in the month of May, but do you think that that's something that we could accommodate?
I think we can make it work. We'd have to get it out rather quickly so the students that are there would have time to respond in a timely manner before the end of the school year, but it's certainly doable. It is still barely, but it's still April. If we got something out quickly, we could make that happen, yes.
Vice Chair.
And I like the idea of the principals having the autonomy to come up with something, because I think about the level of creativity of our students. I could totally envision getting some sort of video, you know?
Absolutely.
So as an individual board member, the only thing that I would like to see is that whatever the application criteria looks like, that it's consistent, so that every school uses the same, if it's a video or, you know, whatever.
They can incorporate it any way they want.
Absolutely, and however they want to apply, and you know, I've seen resumes online, you know, however, you know, it's your website is your resume. So however that needs to be done, just whatever that criteria, and if, you know, you guys can take it from there if you're comfortable with that.
Would you like us to move forward now then with engaging the principals, the high school principals in that conversation?
Ms. Conrad.
I do. I'm totally in support of this, but I just have one idea, and I don't know what the effects, if there may be some negative effects, but if we had 2 members per 9 weeks, we could get every high school in a year. And I feel that that's an important piece. I didn't know if there was a negative effect of having 2 at a time.
You keep looking at me every time you say negative effect. I'm feeling really bad here.
Yeah. It also would give them someone to visit with and collaborate with, you know, when they leave a meeting or talk about topics, and I think it might be more valuable for them when they take it back to their school.
Dr. Gullett.
Well, I was going to ask the board if you are going to look at an alternate in the process. So I have an alternate for every school. So sometimes the alternate sometimes attends. So great point for board member Conrad to bring forward.
So would we want to have an alternate per school and or also incorporate just 2? How many more of these chairs do we have? I was just thinking.
Yeah, they gotta have the right chair.
I know. They have to have the chair.
That's the whole experience.
0. Okay, Kevin's saying 0.
It sounds like what you're contemplating, though, is actually not having, for example, 2 Dunellen students here at the same time. Talking about two students from different schools here together in the rotation. I think the only thing that we have to be aware of in any of the application process, that's all things that can be done freely in whatever way that we envision them. But the only thing we need to be considerate of is making sure that the students are aware that there will be albeit maybe brief, a time commitment for, and a transportation commitment and things like that in order to be able to be here.
I be honest with you, I like 2 representatives, and I'll tell you how I like it. This is just me. I like starting one at the top of the alphabet and the other at the bottom of the alphabet, and they come to the middle. And we know it creates diversity across this, and then they're not voting members anyway, but we want them there so they can understand the process and we can get student input versus anything.
You mean like a Westport and a Bellevue?
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, and they eventually keep moving.
Vanguard?
They keep coming into the middle, so it just seems fair, because if we start both at the top, you just come to the
just by
middle.
virtue of having a
Yeah,
name that's, at the beginning of the alphabet.
yeah. I love the idea. I think it gives kids exposure. Is some kids may not know what they want to do, and this could be that springboard to kind of push them down the road for political science or public office or whatever it may be. So I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement. Or school board employee, or superintendent, or pastor, or whatever. So,
One comment I would offer, I think we should rotate, keeping the pairs the same, so Westport and Bellevue always together, but they shouldn't always be quarter one, because board business in each quarter looks a little bit different. So I would say if you have quarter one year, you should have quarter 2 the next year, and so forth and so on, and create a rotation there so that the business, because the calendar is addressed in a certain time, whereas the budget is looked at a different time. And so just keeping that rotation as well, so that different schools get different opportunities to see different board business.
Right, it's not, they're not always getting it at the beginning of the year.
right.
What a fun way to kick off the school year.
Yeah.
If we can actually pull this together.
I know. So Attorney Powers and Dr. Gullett, based on all of the
I've been writing down.
I know, we have lots of
your
tweaking
spare time.
to this potential resolution that we would like to put forth, but I do believe we have consensus for Dr. Gullett and her team to at least move forward with some kind of application criteria, and the students, it would be for the entire year, so whether because we're gonna have students from all 8 schools that we just discussed, that would need to know, when their scheduled times would be and so forth. And I appreciate Dr. James' comment there, because what we just, and honestly, some things actually cross over quarters. So that'll be interesting to see how we would have students weigh in potentially on one side of, we might have one option here and one option there. So, but based on the 2 of you and your amazing work that you can do, I believe that we might be able to come to something that can come before the board. I don't know that it'll be here by Tuesday, but we at least have consensus to move forward with an application process and what we want to do for next year. And then maybe by the May, 10th? What's the board meeting that we'll have in May? May 9th. By the May 9th board meeting, we can have a resolution to the board. Maybe even May 4th I won't be here, but I certainly can see if you guys need to have additional conversation on May 4th during that work session about tweaking it even more. Then on May 9th, if we can have a placeholder to approve that resolution, then we can get it signed, and then we'll work on getting it into policy. Yes, sir.
One question for you. I wouldn't intend to place the selection criteria within the policy itself, because those may need to change rapidly over time. That would be treated as at least an informal procedure, and then the superintendent can discuss with her principals and get feedback from them over what's useful and happening. I mean, to what degree do we want consistency versus allowing some freedom for the principal to, have alternative ways for students to represent their applications, any number of things. But those are all things we may need to adjust on the fly.
Sure. So to that point, then perhaps the resolution itself doesn't need to have much of a tweak to it other than 2 students per quarter. And then the rest of it falls under procedure as to the rotation, as to, all of that, and the application process and criteria would potentially, so our work may not be as stringent as what the procedure then looks like to follow up with this policy. We good on that? Okay, terrific. Well, that's all I had. I'm sorry, I mean, just 2 minor things. No, just 2 minor things. It took a lot of conversation, but I think we have consensus on 2 great things that are going to move us forward and get us. And we now all know that we are all going to graduations as much as we can. So great dialogue here at the end as we wrap up. No more public comment, no more board comment. We are adjourning at 1:26 p.m. Thank you.
All right.